John Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a young child, Celeste Highcrest wouldn't have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury that she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land beyond the veil, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set very high standards for his two children. The elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Saran trained his two daughters in the art of magic and history, a respected wizard himself. Cressida had leaned into this as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled, fighting the shadow of her sister's success. She never quite met the expectations of her family, and was always the object of her father's disappointed glances. When the sisters came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the archives, to be mentored under his tutelage, and to be admitted to the sanctum of archives to scribe ancient texts and tomes. Cressida, to no one's surprise, surpassed all expectations and gained entrance. Celeste, however, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best, and was rejected. It was rare that one of her status should choose to leave the homeland, but never being able to escape the overshadowing of her sister, the youngest elf decided it was time to break free of her family and forge her own path. If she remained here, she would always be Cressida's sister, nothing more. But if she were to leave this place behind, perhaps she could prove herself as her own person. She found her way, eventually, to a hidden doorway, a portal to the material plane, and stepped through. She found a world familiar, yet strange. She walked, realizing now that whatever she had left, whatever power, had been left behind her. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell. Celeste travelled for years, traversing oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home to her family as a tribute. But eventually the news reached her. When she had crossed into this world, the doorway had closed behind her, locking and leaving her stranded, with an entire universe between her and her home and family. And now, Celeste wanders and waits, desperate for answers that will lead her home again.
Drekik Yorksan, a white dragonborn who grew up in the area of Utevshal in Ogralan. My father was the Earl of Kriegsgard. The area was heavily contested by the opposing threat from Uzan Karul and the Blood Renderer. When I was 7, our village was attacked, and my mother was lost to us. My father disappointed in my lack of strength and unable to care for me, gave me to the priests. They raised me and taught me the ways of the gods. It was here I studied the best I could, but as I stared for hours over books and scrolls, the markings could never seem to make sense. The occasional word I could read, but most were lost to me, due to this dreaded curse in my eyes, making the world seem blurred. It was only through listening and paying attention to the prayers and the ways of the priests that I was able to memorize the ways, without ever needing to learn to read properly. After 8 years of service, my father returned for me, saying that it was time for me to return and defend my clan. I never liked war. The killing and bloodshed did not appeal to me as it did my father and brother. One night, I tried to make peace with the enemy by healing their wounded and sick, but I was betrayed. It was in this way that the village on the border of Iswalan was run over, and I was banished from my home to walk a path of shame for the rest of my days.
Hello. You're a cheeky looking fella. What are you up to? Oh, I think you must be a sheep. Come join us by the fire. I got a friend here. He's a fox. Yeah. Have some of that. Oh, that looks yum. My name's Ingwe. This is my first day here. First day out here. Yeah, fox. Nice. Yeah, my tribe, we tell the stories of the world. And when we're old enough, like me, ready, I reckon, we head out into the world and go on a quest, adventure. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to do a quest or adventure. Some people just, like hang with people and listen to their stories. But I think I want to do something exciting. That's my plan anyway. But you never know what's going to happen. I mean, I've lived 300 moons, but everything's so different out here. Like, you guys can't talk. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to get you guys to talk to me. Because this is a pretty one-sided conversation at the moment. Here. Nice. That's one-sided conversation because you're a sheep and you're a fox. Anyway, so as I was saying, we head out into the world and try and find some stories and try and meet some people. Some people like you could be the people, although you're pretty quiet. You could be the people that I meet and take back, and you can hang with me and my tribe, and we can tell stories. It's about a fire, Does that sound like a good idea? No? You probably already have someone to hang with. Oh well. Well, you're friendly enough as it is. So, the other thing we got to find is, we've got to get a scar. Some people have, like, emotional scars, but, you know what, I'm real keen to, like, get a cool one, like, on my shoulder, maybe, like a leg scar. Yeah, that'd be good. And then, see how we're going. The magic out here is weird. They did say that it'd be hard. Must be back home, must be the, the elders. They're pretty tight, those guys. They have to be pretty firm on the rules. So I'm pretty keen to come out here and try some different things. We're allowed to do whatever we want out here in the world. Just whatever takes our fancy. And then be ready when we go home to, be all tight like the elders and follow the rules. Be pretty lawful, be good, that sort of thing. Well, it's been nice chatting to you. Come closer. That's alright. Nice and safe by the fire.
And bye-bye, Shamrock.
Hello. And goodbye, Sean, apparently. I think I clicked the
It's all
button too
too
hard.
stressful.
I catapulted him into
He
space.
went live and he went bye.
Bye.
Hey, he's back. Hey.
There he is.
So unimpressed.
Yeah, he's like, I'm so over this. I don't think he can hear us right now.
Oh, maybe he doesn't know he's streaming.
We're live.
Like one of those things.
He's gonna
Where
fart.
is like
He's not wearing pants.
there's like
We're
a
about to
fire
see
in
a
the
side of
background.
John Alden 4 that only his wife has seen before.
Well, wives here also had the Dragonborn. Anyway,
This is such classic, like for the wrapping out the last campaign episode of the year, and we're just like, "Hi, shit's going wrong. Welcome to the stream."
oh, it could be worse. Could be worse, I'm sure. Are you with us, Shirok? Or are you just grumpy?
He is staring blankly into the distance, wondering
it
where his
looks
life
like
has
he's-
gone.
Looks like someone got coal for Christmas. I don't think you
saw
can even see us
Mummy
right now.
kissing Santa Claus. He's gone again.
Oh no, back again.
So
This
it's
is
been a
fun.
while since we streamed an
Hmm.
actual live stream.
Yes, this is the first time in ages, years, maybe even centuries. And we are back again. We had a lot of other fun stuff going on, and we have some Christmas stuff coming as well. We have a Christmas one-shot coming on the 20th, which will be the Pilgrim's Christmas, as far as I can hear. We also will be airing a Christmas one-shot on the 22nd and on the 24th. But I'm not going to tell you more about that yet, because secrets. And I think Sherrock is typing as well. Fair. Yeah. Do we have any other announcements? This is going to be our last normal stream of the year.
Correct.
And we are just having a great time, and we love hanging out with the community. And we have a wonderful Discord where everyone should come and join and hang out and show pictures of your Christmas trees, because that's very important. And yeah, we can make a competition and see who has the weirdest Christmas tree this year if you want. Anyway, if you can, if you want to join our Discord, you can hang out with us. Sometimes we play computer games, or I don't know if you call it board games. I'm not sure what you call like Jackbox stuff, like quiz games.
Party games.
Party
Party
games,
games.
yes, that's kind of a thing. We also have, what should I say, pictures of everyone's pets and funny stories from campaigns, or look at how bad my cooking is, and memes and all that kind of stuff. And we have a few other games where people can play D&D together, or experimental new stuff that people are trying to make more.
Yeah, we have this really good homebrew. We have like a homebrew forum. So if you're looking for people to like play test or give you feedback on like, you know, monsters or rules or whatever that you're doing, or if you have like cool character concepts and things like that, character up, throw it in there. We want to see it all.
Yep.
And also to mention as well about the Discord, next week how we're running those one shots, we have a lot of guests from our Discord like joining in
That's
the stream
true.
as well. So
That is true.
if you want to play some dund,
Dun, dun,
dund,
dun, dun, dun.
to cheer up people.
The
Fair.
world's greatest role-playing game.
Fair. Are you back again, Sherrock, or are you?
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
I don't know what I lost all of you guys, but apparently you didn't lose me. So.
Yeah.
No, we were just commenting
Very
on.
entertaining.
I thought I'd just let you know, just in case you got the
Yeah.
urge to
Very
start
grumpy.
kicking boogers or something.
Yeah. Yes,
Damn it.
That's definitely
Damn
what
it.
could have happened.
We could have gone viral.
Oh man.
I was waiting for like the fart or something. I was like, come on.
That would have been great. That would have been. But no, next time.
I don't even
Well-
remember if I said anything.
You didn't say anything.
No.
You were just
just
clicking
I
your
was
keyboard as hard as you could.
I was like, did I just do it like, fuck, my internet again or something like that?
No.
very good.
That's all good. Well, my name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than elves on shells with shotgun shells, then you've come to the right place. That was an interesting twist to it. But yeah.
You grew up very
all
differently
for
from
it.
me.
Well, I grew up on a farm, eh? Anyway, so let's get into a small little recap of what happened last time, which was a century ago for most of us. I am just going to put on a little bit of background music here, and hopefully it's not going to be too loud. I think that's pretty good. So, you were all, how should I say, convinced / forced to go to Kronos after Lily had very thoroughly given Sean a bit of a headache on the way, I believe, and trying to push in the direction of going there. And as you arrived there, you tried to work out what to do, trying not to give her what she wanted. However, eventually you ended up having a meeting with the high census, the man in charge of Kronos, the so-called, how should I say, Archmage equivalent of Technomancers, and Sean's nose began to bleed miraculously at the wrong time. Engaging in a conversation about why Sean was bleeding out of the nose, unknowingly that it was all planned from the start. You entered in a conversation that led to Delatunis restraining Sean with your permission and even your help, because Sean was in danger and he wanted to help with his newfound skills that you might know where came from now. After he invited you to his new humble abode, he took you through a series of doors and led you to some sort of other plane-like area, or at least some sort of pocket dimension. It seemed like there was a whole army of people waiting to help build this place, while Delatunas focused on fixing Sean. And as he kidnapped Sean and took him into a observation and operation room, Sean passed away but was resuscitated on the operation table, which is also why you have some points of exhaustion right now. While being paralyzed, you had the tadpole removed, but only to realize that you had been betrayed, as Delatunis removed his wig and showed you that he had a tattoo on the back of his head, which resembled a dream weaver as a spider web, with a woman with black hair in the middle of it. You realize later that eventually this would fade and you would be able to move again, but he continued to restrain you, so you were unable to do much. You also saw Lily's new form, as the tadpole and the other half of her entity was both placed inside a titan-sized body. And finally Lily came back to life in her own self, with no other mind to fight. She gave you a brisk warning before returning to her more pretty self. And Sean, you were given a gift. A container with a cloned version of your wife. However, you were also informed that it was only the body, and you somehow would need to place her soul into this if you were to utilize it. You also were given 3 years before this self-sustaining pod would run out of juice, so to say, and it would no longer be functioning. You were then wheeled out of the operation table with this new version of your wife, and you were handed over to your friends, and Delatunas went back into his little pocket dimension, never to be seen again. At least for now.
Yet.
Finally regaining a little bit of your consciousness, you decided that you were going to try to tell them what happened, and in doing so, someone tried to calm you down, which led to a very serious punch to the face. And as you had this little scuffle between you, you could hear the rest of the city breaking out into celebration as all of the prisoners had automatically been released, and all the automated soldiers or police force had been shut down. As you see Mana coming out of the prison, and you sent a message to her that you needed to talk to her, that is where we start tonight's episode. That was a long recap, but there was no way around it.
Good, worthy.
I needed that.
What year
Yeah.
is it?
Yes. It's 1777.
How long
The
have I
fourth
been
Go
here?
back to the future.
I woke to find a cat licking my face and a crossbow bolt in my arm.
Wake up,
Wrong-
you've been
wrong
in
campaign.
Crown.
But that's where we leave you, and that's where we'll begin. In Kronos.
Right. Have we left
Wait.
the building yet?
Nope,
No,
you are still
so-
inside.
We're standing kind of, we've left that chamber, we've come out, and then we saw Mana, so rushed down, saw her coming out of the holding, and I sent a sending down towards her, and then saw her running up towards where we are. So we can try and meet her somewhere.
Yes.
I understand that this situation is less than ideal, but we need to try and, I don't know, find out what we can about what happened. Find out where this Delatunis has gone.
Agreed. John's just like out of it, exhausted. Got like 2 points of exhaustion. He's just struggling to walk half speed type thing. Just
But he punched Drakic in the face, and that's all that matters.
yep.
You also still have a little bit of a scar on your temple. It's very nicely like sewn up and such, actually.
Matches the one on my eyebrow.
Matches your arm.
Did that on purpose.
By the end of it, I'll just be one big scar. Sean's just like lost between thought, and he's just gonna generally follow the group for the time being, just like trusting them, whatever they're doing, type thing.
My only concern is, well, I trust Mana for what it's worth, and if she was being deliberately kept out of the way of this entire debacle, then I feel as though she would be on our side.
Yeah. I think he arrested her for a reason. I think she would have done something or protested against anything he was doing if she knew.
I hope that she has some insight into what his plan is, even if she overheard something in passing.
Agreed.
Jean, maybe we should sit down and wait for Mana to come up to us.
Oh, no, it's too important.
No, you're dead on your feet. She'll come to us.
Alright. Sort of just drops down on one knee and just leans against a wall.
Is there anything that we don't want to share with her? She's probably making her way up now.
I don't know. There's nothing I can think of at this point. I'm just glad to be able to speak my mind without interference. So,
Right.
yeah.
Do we know, did Delatunis get the Dreamweaver? Like, in its entirety? Do we know that?
He was handed the Dreamweaver in its entirety, and he split it up, or at least said he was splitting it up.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and you had already shown him the trick of the lead boxes, so that becomes complicated suddenly.
How's everyone else feeling? Is there anything that you don't wish to disclose to our friend Mana?
I'm feeling sore.
There.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, because if there's things that you don't want to tell Mana, you should tell me not to tell her, because I think we should tell her everything.
Oh, that was my thought as well. As I said, I trust her implicitly at this point, and so I just wanted to make sure that no one else had any reservations about sharing information.
Nope. I think I'm all good.
Right.
Eventually, she makes her way up the stairs. And she sees you, and she runs over, and she gives each of you a very big hug. When she sees Sean, she's very concerned, and you get a little bit of healing cast on you, even though it does not have any fucking effect. Just in case.
Yeah.
What happened? Are you okay?
It's short and sweet for now.
Okay.
I believe the definition would be physically, yes, emotionally and otherwise, potentially not.
Right. Well, it seems all the guards have been shut down at least. So far we've been able to leave the prison at least.
What happened to you?
Well, I found out that the Alatunas hadn't split up the Dreamweaver, or at least had reconnected it, and he was doing all these weird experiments, and he had kept himself away from everyone for a while, but he was still, I should say, he was almost like increasing in his way of controlling things. Like, there was more of these robots, these automatons and stuff, and some of them I've never seen before, and they just appeared overnight, almost like they were just conjured. And when I started asking questions and I found out about the Dreamweaver, he put me in jail. And the majority of the people in there were just people who kind of found that something was going on, and anyone who caused any problems were just arrested.
You're being blamed for a so-called terrorist attack. That was the reasoning that he gave to the city as for your capture.
Oh no, that was some of the people were trying to raise awareness of what he was doing, but then we just all got arrested. We didn't think that he had like an army behind him. We thought that even the soldiers would have to follow protocol, but they didn't anymore. They were just his mindless slaves, just like those people in red.
Yes, well, I believe the protocols have changed. But,
Yes.
from what I understand, he's now gone.
Oh, that's good and bad in the same time. It's good for the people here, but do you know where he went?
Fortunately not. We were hoping that you would have some sense of that.
It's going to be complicated, but I can have a look at his office, but he's pretty good at hiding things. I think it took us a long time to figure this out.
Well, I believe if we can get access to that as soon as possible, before any sort of interference is made with any local investigation, this is rather personal for us, and so...
Right, we can go right now.
Are you sure you're alright?
I'm fine. We've got plenty of food and stuff. We're just getting held away from everyone else. We're okay. Like, we weren't like getting hurt or anything.
Alright, that's good.
Even though he had this nefarious weird plans, I guess, but I don't know what he was doing. He wasn't actually trying to hurt us.
Well, not in the direct sense, potentially, but I do fear.
Probably true. Right, let's go this way if you can. And are you okay to walk, Sean?
Yeah.
Special reach out her arm and...
Thank you. Thank you.
You still have the trolley as well.
like a walker with the the walker with like the tennis balls and things and shuffling.
Yeah.
Not that old. Do you want me to push this thing? Your wife?
What?
Please.
What? Sean's wife?
Potentially.
Should we cover her up first before we take her down, though? I feel like
Yeah.
Very
I thought you was
complicated.
ready.
Yes, it was covered.
Okay.
All right. Let's go this way, and she takes you to to where the elevator is, and she clicks a few buttons, but the elevator then expands in size, and then it opens up like it did before. And she said, "Come on, let's go in this way."
It's taking us to a different plane of existence now, isn't it?
No, I'm just taking you to his office. It's
Last
on the
time we
third
went
floor.
in here, it wasn't like a portal. It took us somewhere.
No, that's that. No, that I no.
They did it to me
But
too.
now you've made it bigger.
I don't have time to explain. Come on, get in.
Okay.
You can see that she's like puzzled. You can almost see all the question marks popping up. What the hell are you talking about? And then she clicks a button and she puts her hand on the surface and it starts going up. And the hole in the wall comes again. And you can see this time there's maybe 4 of these little gnomes like on these little bikes. Oh fuck! I thought I had a break. We gotta get that automated. And then the door opens again, and you are on the 3rd floor where Telatunas' office was, and she leads you out. Right.
Can we be sure that he hasn't left any naughty surprises for us?
I mean, you can check for traps. I don't. It's really my forte. I mean, if you want.
Trap checking.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
You can cast Detect Magic as well.
What? Just perception?
Investigation.
Investigation. Investigation. 16.
Right. So, it is not trapped, but it is warded. So, someone can enter if it is the right person. And it is definitely magical. And it is protected by this ward. This means pretty much that you cannot open this door unless you are the person designated to do so.
Mana, do you know how to open the to remove the ward?
I didn't know there was a ward on the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's can I cast a spell magic?
You can definitely try to cast a spell magic. What level are you casting it on?
3rd level.
Since you've asked.
Let me just see here.
It seems to be some sort of thing that stops other people that aren't supposed to go through from going through. Only certain people can go through.
Roll an Arcana check, anyway.
An Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to figure out how. It's an interesting spell.
Oh, let me help you, Ingwe. Cast guidance.
Oh yeah, okay. That's handy. And guidance is a D4.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Okay. It does not open. It did not get dispelled from the magic.
Yeah.
She looks very confused. She's like, I've been in this place a million times. There's never been a ward on this door that I know of. And she grabs the handle of the door and it opens.
Does
Like-
the ward disappear?
It disables when she touches the door. And she looks very confused.
She has clearance.
Does this mean that she was the person this door was for?
I
This
don't.
actually make-
It's not been there before. I've never seen that before. I always just been able to walk in.
Can everyone see the ward? Like or was it just me that could see the wall?
You could see the magic, and Drekik could see the. I guess you could sense the mechanical version of it as well.
Yeah, cool.
Makes me more concerned than anything. If there is something up and you're allowed to enter, perhaps it's been.
Maybe I
traced
shouldn't
probably
go
for
in.
you. That's what I'm worried about.
Maybe you should go in.
Me?
All of you, I guess. I don't know.
We'll come with you, Mana. I think
Right.
from what I can see, you're the person. Oh.
Wait, yes.
Oh.
How about you? You wait here, and
Right.
just kind of look towards her friends. I'll
I volunteer.
Okay. That turned out great, didn't it?
I'll go through. John's pretty. John's not well.
Right. I'll keep Sean company then.
Right.
He's just leaning on the thing. With his pipe
Yeah,
gun.
I'll just.
I'll come in with you, Drekik, just in case.
I'll try to keep my eyes peeled for anything.
Sounds painful, but right.
Walk through the door.
Okay. You enter into his office as usual, and everything looks the same. Nothing seems to have been destroyed or removed or anything like that. It looks exactly like the times you've been in there and have a conversation with him.
Well, because he hasn't actually re-entered since the last time we were in here, so it would look exactly as it did like an hour ago, I would assume.
Make a perception check.
Yes.
I'm so
28.
upset. I lost all my dice.
Aww.
And so I've got to use my non-favorite dice. I still have a whole box of them, but they're not the ones my usual. Perception. Oh no, it's a natural 2 for a 6. This is why I
28
get
for
rolled
me.
dice.
Well, Celeste, everything looks perfectly the same as when you left him. Drekik, you take a few steps around and you kind of notice that there's a letter on the table that you did not see before.
Celeste. I think he was writing a letter.
A letter.
Yeah, look on the table there. That wasn't there last time we came in.
I was in such a tizzy, I mustn't have noticed it. I'm going to kind of lean over and see if I can see any sort of writing on the envelope, or is it just a parchment bulged in half, to see if I can get any sort of sense of...
It's just a parchment, completely open, ready to be read.
I will use my action to read it.
You don't have to use your action to read it in combat. It is a letter addressed to both you and Mana. First part of it, addressed to Mana, says, Mana, I'm sorry that I had to arrest you, that I had to deceive you. You have always been the one with your heart in the right place, and I hope that one day you can be the one leading this place, in my place. I have no intentions on ever coming back. Do with it as you wish. I believe that you have always been the light of these people. To VK Incorporated, I'm sorry that I had to lie. I'm sorry that I had to deceive you as well. But it served a greater purpose. And for my sake, now that the Maiden Mother has been returned to us, we can once again start rebuilding a new world in a safe environment. And maybe one day you will see the loins of our labor. Just not too soon, I hope.
It's rather disconcerting.
I don't want to see the loins of anyone's labor, to be honest.
I think it's rather safe to enter if you'd like to come in.
Okay. Just kind of looks at Sean and make sure he's okay, and then walks in.
He comes with.
So, did you find anything?
Yes.
What letter?
Oh.
It's for you.
And I'll use Mage Hand to pick up the letter and kind of hover it in front of Mana's face so that she can read it.
Right. As you touch the letter.
Mage Hand.
What? Yeah,
I
Mage
used
Hand.
Mage Hand, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. As you touch the letter, you see this little square starts forming in the space above it, and it pulls out to become bigger, and then become broader, and then it turns into a parcel, and then it drops onto the table.
That is rather strange.
That's weird. She takes the letter and starts reading it as well.
Ingwe walks over and picks up the parcel.
Okay. Nothing happens. You have a parcel in your hands. It's a soft parcel. It could be a sweater. It could be anything.
And he opens it.
Right.
Do you still have Detect Magic up as well?
Yeah. I have to take magic up. Is it magical?
It is magical.
Yeah, so I will open the parcel.
So you tear the paper away, and inside you find a cloak. It's black, but it has nuances of gray in it, depending on how the light reflects on it.
What's that?
Does it look like it could fit Mana or Ingwe?
So potentially, because you know enough about magic, that
Mhm.
these things usually change in size depending on the user.
Ah.
So potentially, if it's a magical item, then usually it will change depending on whoever is. Currently,
yeah.
it is human-sized.
Not goblin size.
No, not at the moment, at least.
Hmm.
What do you suppose that's for?
Well,
I
it's a
think
magic cloak.
is Mana that size?
No, Mana's little.
Well, but
Are
before you...
goblins little?
No, like the cloak's human-sized currently.
Oh right.
Mana's little and Ingwe's big.
Right.
So it's Celeste size currently. But it'd change. Like with these kinds of things, they generally like. Look.
Before you put...
Right, so you take it, unfold it, and put it on. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, just to show that it's Ingwe's intention is to show that it's going to change in size.
Okay. As you do that, you pull it out. You also notice there's 6 healing potions, 6 greater healing potions in the same parcel underneath. And as you put the thing on, as you kind of swift it through the air, little embers come out from the bottom, and it's almost like the bottom of this cloak is full of embers that are starting to almost burn slightly, but then fade out constantly. It's very subtle, and you wouldn't be able to see it if you weren't so close.
Wonder what it does.
Does it feel hot?
No, it feels like you're wearing a normal cloak.
Feels like I'm wearing a normal cloak.
Whoa.
I'm not sure if I trust it entirely.
Well,
Are you on fire?
Doesn't feel hot.
I mean, nah. I wonder what it does. I wonder.
Well, I was going to try and tell you before you put it on.
Yeah.
Well, why...
Oh, and look, there's these things in here too. Look, so potions of healing, and anything else in the parcel?
Those healing potions and a cloak.
I always liked Delatunus.
I'm going to pretend I did not hear you say that.
Why? I'm so confused. So Mana,
Yeah.
we didn't tell you earlier. but Jean used the Dreamweaver to get his arm back. You knew that, right? Yeah, because
Yes.
you were grumpy at us about it.
Yes.
And then Delatuna, well, when he did that, Mr. John opened himself up to Liliax, who's like, do you know the story of Liliax? Do you know about the Titan? And then
No.
her boyfriend was like, oh. Anyway, it's a long story, but Liliax was a Titan, and she got killed early on, back in like the first age, and then anyway, she tried to come back, and she asked Mr. John to help her, and Mr. John said, "Okay, as long as I get my wife back," and then we tried to kill Mr. John. No, I tried to kill Mr. John, but everyone else wouldn't let me because they thought it was a good idea to do what Liliax wanted, and then Delatunas helped us achieve that goal. And Liliax came back to life as a Titan.
I don't quite know if I should be angry or happy right now.
It's rather an oversimplified version of the story, pertaining only to one person's perspective. But
That's how I feel, though, right? Like, not quite sure if I should be angry or everyone else seems to be really angry.
Well, I mean, I guess I guess the Dreamweaver, he must have used it a million times, and conjured all these machines and things that he's been working on. I'm not quite sure what to. I didn't see any of that, but like, I'm very surprised. I'm glad you're okay. I guess it's a little bit too much for me to get mad about. The whole world might be in trouble now. Again.
It boils down to absolute power corrupting absolutely.
Yes, seems like that. That's why I told him to split it up as well again every time I had the chance. I'm glad Sean's okay, though. At
I'm
least.
saving grace out of the entire situation. Seems as though his humanity was not entirely swallowed whole.
No, I think Delatunas still were trying to be respectful to people. Like, he was never... Even now, I'm having a hard time seeing him as a dictator who would have done something like this, because he was so friendly, and even when he arrested us, we were pretty much put into, like, rooms. We weren't put into cells and stuff. It was...
What is
very
that,
odd.
what is that saying that's so common here? Catch more flies with honey than with vinegar.
I guess, but I don't know. I mean, I never thought he lied to me, but he obviously must have at least a million times, I guess.
It's not just you he's lied to, it's everyone.
Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that situation afterwards and try to figure out how to reactivate the automatons.
Yeah, do you need them?
Well, they serve as a function of security, and because we are in this city, I mean, it's kind of a thing that people come to watch. I think I want to get rid of the ones that he made, and just have the ones that we originally did. I don't think it's safe. It's very powerful, and I don't think it's a good idea.
You know
where they came from.
Yeah, I don't know who's controlling them, and
if we figure out maybe they could be part of our holy quest, like kill two birds with one stone. We take them into certain death, and they get destroyed by dead things, or they destroy the dead things, and
interesting. That's not a bad idea.
Or they turn and ultimately end up aiding those things. We cannot be sure of their intentions, given where they came from.
Well, you can if you find the control stick, right? Like,
I mean, controlling these things has never been a problem. And controlling the ones that he's made, I'm worried about. But I mean, I guess we can disable them for now, and if we needed them for something like a suicide mission like that, maybe I don't know. I feel like it's the wrong thing to do, but also don't know how to get rid of them.
That's all right, Mana.
I need to think about that. Also, I'm not in charge. I'm just part of the council. Council's going to have to elect someone else to be in charge now.
Can I rummage around the room and see if I can find like the controls for the automatons?
Sure. Make an investigation check.
So while that's happening, Celeste is going to say, "Everyone, go and see if you can find anything useful," and then she'll drop down and start ritual casting Identify on all the potions and the cloak.
Right.
All right.
What did you get anyway?
17.
Right. You are confident that it's not here. It is. You probably think that it might be in the garrison where these things are stored. Yes.
I've been there as a mouse.
No. Not in this one.
Ah.
That was in King's Helm. That was the garrison in King's Helm, not the ones in Kronos. You have not been in there at any time. You haven't had a need to. And Celeste, it is 6 potions of greater healing and a cloak of embers, which gives the user resistance to fire.
And given that I am fuming mad about the entire situation, I'm going to try and be doubly sure of that conclusion and ensure that there are no untoward effects on any of these items.
Make an Arcana check on top of that.
I don't know what
one
dice
for the
to
cloak
use.
and one for the healing potions.
Okay.
So suspicious.
Well,
I wonder why. So that's a 15 for the healing potions plus 6 for 21 for the healing potions.
You are very confident that these are just the greater healing potions.
That's a 17 plus 6 for the cloak.
You don't seem to find any other traces of magic on this that seems to be doing anything nefarious or any other effect than what you have already been presented with.
Rummage. No, I don't think the control is here.
No, it was never in his office. It was always
in the garrison.
Yes.
That makes sense.
We put it there specifically so no one would get power hungry. But yeah, I guess that didn't work.
Even the new ones.
They're all linked to the same
Oh, yeah.
energy source, I guess. Anyway, I might have to convey with the rest of the council and figure out what to do from here. If you want to, you should probably go and get some rest. I think Sean's pretty tired. I don't quite know what we're going to do from here, but hopefully we'll know soon.
Right.
If I find any other leads of where he might have gone, I will let you know.
Yes, please do. Be rather interested in that information. Be sure we're the first to know.
Of course.
Is there in this room? Is there windows out?
Yeah.
I would like to leave. You know, give people the tokens, a little seed with a knotted twig. I would like to leave a Ingwe token. I'd like to do it kind of secretly, without anyone noticing.
So you're leaving it in the room? Is that what you're doing?
I think I'm gonna try and leave it I think I'm gonna look out, try and leave it in a crack outside the windowsill, or
Okay.
Yeah, like it in the room, but not in the room, if that makes sense. I think outside a window.
Sure. Make a sleight of hand check.
No, very not good at sleight of hands. 10.
Right. You think that you have done a great job.
Rummage.
I've done the most amazing job.
Kobe.
I'm just gonna put this stick over here. It's not nefarious at all.
Did I notice him? 20.
My passive is 14.
Passive-
I wouldn't be
passive-
actively looking.
passive.
Yeah.
Oh, it would be passive. So 17? No, 20 passive perception. There you go.
Jesus Christ.
It's not entirely
Those
unusual.
glasses
For
are.
mana would be unusual, but for you guys it would not be unusual for me to be like leaving random seeds in random places.
I just see you do it, and I'm just like, oh yeah.
Fair. Very fair.
I think the intention behind it is something also that people would clock into.
That's fair. You definitely place a stick more somewhere. And she sits down behind the desk and she starts going through his drawers very methodically, very slowly, trying to figure out what's going on.
Should we retire, Sean?
Sean's leaning against the thing outside, asleep. He's the little container. He's slid down next to it. And he's just sat next to it and dozed off, and he's out.
Do you think he slapped me because he's very exhausted? Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening.
I believe he was rather upset about the comments that you were making, rather than just doing it out of a exhaustion state.
I didn't mean to cause him to be upset. I was just talking.
I'll leave that for you two to discuss. I don't believe it's my place to make any sort of assumptions as to the thoughts going through his head.
I'm sure he'll be alright. Maybe.
I think that he needs to rest, to recover, both mentally and physically. Get him to some place as safe as possible and try to somehow hide whatever this is. I don't want people poking around.
It's not every day that two of the voices in your head become physical realities.
Not for most.
No.
There are some people where it's rather the usual. But
What?
not for most.
That sounds like a dangerous power to have.
Some would argue yes. But, in a way, all power is dangerous. Shall we go and find somewhere to rest?
Doesn't Ingwe have a house?
Yeah, let's go to my place. John's family's there. They're
Yes,
doing well.
I don't know how pleased they would be to see this
Well,
Their mum?
container.
I mean,
It's also
just
quite
a
full.
container.
The house.
Yeah, it's pretty full now.
A lot of people in it.
Yeah.
You know, the other option would be to stay here, but like not here, and go and visit Vartex. That'd be a pretty safe place to like being in this room. Or could we go to Mana's house? Mana, could we go to your house? Or should we go to the inn? Nah.
I mean, if you want to, I haven't tidied. I've been in jail for a few weeks.
We've
But
slept
I'm sure that
literally-
if you go to any of the inns, I will gladly pay for you. You don't have to do any of that.
Don't
of course.
worry, I will pay for the.
Right. Well, you have some options. There's 3 inns in cities, technically.
Which one's the closest one?
I don't-
Well,
Staring at
which
John.
one's gonna have the least reaction to a large glass box full of a woman? I mean,
I
that's,
won't
that's
let them
kind
see that.
I mean,
It'll be
you
covered.
can leave that here if that's the problem. I'll take
don't-
good care of it, but
I don't,
I don't
think
think
Mr. John's
John-
going to be there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think he'd be mad at
Interesting.
us if he woke up and
Perhaps not
left his wife behind.
right. Okay.
Perhaps in the long run, it might be a discussion to have about perhaps leaving it somewhere safe rather than traipsing it across the continent. But
Well,
for now, I don't believe he would be pleased to part with it.
Okay. I think. I mean, you can go to the best inventor. I think there's a way that you can get this container upstairs. The spiral staircase, you can definitely fit it in. I wouldn't recommend the cry for help in the casino. It's probably a little bit too odd to bring it in there.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
where the casino is. I remember the casino.
I mean, there's multiple things. You can also go to the pods, but that's a place to sleep. That's not a place to hang out. That's a whole different
Which of
experience.
those first two options closest to him, Anna?
Let me look at the map.
I think-
Probably the best inventor in the platelet market. The other one is closer to the entrance.
Right.
Maybe we should wake Mr. John up, but I think probably we should leave his wife at my house with his family. I don't know about. Seems like a pretty important thing.
I think that's a decision for him to make.
I think maybe don't do that until he says so. I think maybe keep it with you for now. Until he is himself or better. I think that's the only fair thing to do to John.
Okay. I pull off my amulet,
Okay.
put up the Vartex door.
We should
Okay.
put her in there.
I don't know how Jean will feel about that either.
At least it'll be easier to carry around.
Yes, but locked away with a nefarious, treacherous creature.
Maybe we should just let him out.
Well, we
Perfect.
can't. Physically, we can't. We're unable to.
No, you can say he's allowed out, and then he's allowed out. You could let him out whenever you want.
Yeah.
Seems
no,
like he's the
Well,
least of our problems.
not whenever I want.
I feel like we can let Vardex out for a bit. I mean, he's been cooped up in there.
Oh,
How
no.
long has he been?
No. He can't. We can't let Vartex out for a bit. If Celeste lets him out, then he'll be out.
Oh,
It's not like a hall pass thing. Like he's.
he can't. No, but he can buy our drinks, so we can get him out to buy the drinks, so that he can go back in.
That was never part of the original negotiation, so I don't believe that that'll be viable.
Contract law.
How's he supposed to pay for the drinks then?
See, they always trick you.
Well, you made the thing by yourself. You came up with every single point on this.
Regardless of the fact that I wouldn't be able to let him out now even if I wanted to, which I very much don't, but...
Okay, so are you saying we shouldn't put Mr. John and his wife in the amulet to sleep?
Absolutely not. I think that any of these decisions are not ours to make regardless of whether or not we think is the right idea.
Oh, so we should wake him up.
Yes, I think that's what
Yes.
she's saying.
I've been saying...
I
since
will
we're
go up to
discussing-
John and I will slap him.
Death saving throw.
Don't you get advantage on that because he's prone?
Oh yeah.
He's unconscious as well. It's an automatic
Melee
crit.
It's automatic crit. I'm not slapping him to hurt him. I'm just slapping him to wake him up.
Right. Fair.
So, wake up!
You can definitely feel it.
Yes, that was payback. Also, we need you.
I know he's lost his voice. He's been
Also,
asleep too
you're
long.
muted. Here, let me grab the voice. Put it back in. Alright.
Can't hit him right in the throat. Jesus.
I'm sorry. I was aiming for the cheek. Healing word.
Sean
Alright.
Sean sort of just looks up, directly, and then just looks back down again and stands back up. Doesn't really acknowledge it, but just carries on.
Sorry for slapping you. Need you to make decisions. Because this is your stuff.
I dozed off. What's the go? What did you find?
Well, we
What's
found
happening?
a letter addressed to both Mana and ourselves from Dedatunis, essentially apologizing. Although it means very little. He also left gifts.
I'd like to accept his apology in person.
I rather agree. We also have a decision. We also have a decision to make about what we're going to do. Well, for the evening, as the most important, and then moving forwards. We figure we'd like your input because both of those include transportation for your baggage.
To summarize, are we putting your wife with Vartex, with your family, or are we taking her to the hotel room with us? Or leaving her here. That's the other option.
Or with
No,
Mana.
I'm definitely not leaving her here. With Mana?
Mana's house?
mean-
We could go to Mana's house.
We could put her in that room, potentially.
No, I
Just trying
think
to think of the
that's
safest option.
a burden that's not hers. It's my family. She has to be with my family. There's no question or doubt.
Told you.
That's where I'm spending tonight, and that's where she will be as well.
So we're going to Ingwe's house tonight.
I'll meet with you in the morning.
Alright.
If that's the case.
It's okay, John. You're
Alright.
very garbled. But I think your message was clear.
Yeah. Very good.
And I will help John stand up so that we can go towards Ingwe's house.
Right. Carburetor Street 23 coming up.
Can I, before, like, after everyone leaves, before I close the door, I'm going to pull out a twig and just cast Locate Object on the Dreamweaver. Just in case. Just in case it was in the room all the time.
What is the specifics of that spell? What does it tell you?
Describe or name an object that's familiar to you. You sense the direction of the object's location as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you have seen it up close. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of power.
Right. So if
Can't
it's
locate
within...
an object if it's any thickness of lead. Even a thin sheet blocks the direct path between you and the object.
So you can only technically pick it up if it's within 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wouldn't pick anything up.
Pick it. But, you know.
It's under the floorboards.
He just left it there because it's not valuable.
It's already in your hands.
It's in Celeste bag. It's in Mana's. It's not even Mana.
She is the Dreamweaver. Anyway.
Right, well, let's go. And Celeste will keep pace with Jean.
As you leave this building, you can see that there's celebrations going on, and there's fireworks, as you previously thought might be dangerous explosions, but everyone is celebrating. You can see a lot of the the delivery robots, the little drones flying around where the markets are back in business. A lot of people are trying to sell you various different inventions, which is combinations of existing items like toothbrushes with tomato peelers or God knows what.
Sean is walking with Lysandriel tightly gripped in his axe to try and minimize as many of those people approaching him as possible.
Having this larger container actually helps because you can just push through people and they move out of the way a little bit easier than normally. And also they're happy and they're not actually as aggressive as they usually are trying to peddle their good. They're more happy about being back to normality in that sense, even though they don't really know what's going on yet. But it's a joyful tone on the street. It doesn't take you long to get back to Carburetor Street 23. And as you stand outside the house, you can see that the smoke is coming out of the chimney and it smells like baked goods.
They're cooking for you, John.
Maybe push it up to the door.
Walk around.
Oh, you can hear your mum entering proximity of the door, and she opens the door gently. Oh, Sean, come on in. She gives you a big hug and pulls you back in. Come on, everyone, and pulls you into the living room where everyone is waiting.
There's no arms.
Living room
Yep.
/ kitchen / dining room / bedroom.
Yeah,
Don't
it's,
cross your mum.
I mean, there is technically two rooms upstairs, but it's very small. Yeah, but she tries to carry you as well as you can, but you're a big boy, and it seems like I forgot his name now. His sister's husband. What is his name?
Yes. I have
Pull
my
up my
notes.
notes.
Midos.
Midas. I don't know
I
how
want
I
to say
forgot that.
Midas.
Yeah, and Midas seems to have recovered as well because he also comes over and grabs you on the other side and helps you come in. And you can see that he has really long scars down his arm from where he was injured, and his leg doesn't seem to be bending as much as it used to, but he seems to be able to walk, which was a lot better than when you saw him last. He pulls you over and puts you on the sofa. Oh, Sean, are you all right?
No. I'm glad to see you're doing better, though.
Well, I mean, can keep a champion down, I guess. Right. He kind of pushes your legs up so you like fill the whole sofa. Come on in, everyone. That's I think Macy's making some cakes.
If one of you could bring her in, please. I'm gonna need to stay here tonight.
Oh, that's fine. We can just get a little comfortable. There's plenty of. We can also go to an inn. We don't have to stay here if you need some privacy, and just that's okay too.
No. I'm staying here to be with you, not because I need a place to stay.
Okay.
I need to be with my family tonight.
Okay. All right.
As a note, Celeste doesn't fully enter the room. She stands at the doorway.
And you see Derlin coming down from the second floor as well.
Like looks about.
He sort of takes his feet off the thing. I'm here.
Gives him a hug if he comes in.
Behind
looks
him,
about
a
and just-
young blonde lady comes as well. Wow. Dude, that's a big guy. Yeah, and he goes down and gives you a big hug as well.
Shotton's like not even acknowledging her. Sort of pulls him back and grabs him by like the scruff of the sides of the collar, not like roughly, but just sort of like to hold him in like a tight position.
Mhm.
He's like, I've got news. It's not going to be easy for anyone.
We are all here. What's going on?
I don't even know how to start. It's a long, complicated story, but with a deal gone wrong, I've ended up with. We've ended up. I mean, and he just sort of turns and looks at the sort of canister, or the sort of container. Your mother's. She's not back, but she's. There's a chance. There's something. And he sort of like slowly gets up and makes his way over. And he doesn't like completely reveal, but he just sort of pulls it aside enough to try to reveal like her face.
Right.
And he just looks over at everyone just because he just has no idea how to bring this up, and he's just doing what he thinks will hopefully garner the questions that he can answer, if any, to then just, yeah.
So the first question that is risen is by Danica, who says, where has she been? Because she never told her anything.
Yeah.
Why is she in the container?
I didn't tell you. Oh.
You can see
you were pregnant at the time. I didn't want to.
Macy also doesn't
Don't
quite
worry,
understand what's going on, but Derlin is white as a sheet.
Yeah.
Is she hurt? What's going on, Sean?
We were attacked. The farm was overthrown. It was completely taken by undead creatures. They attacked me first, and family was able to help me get through it. They helped me fight this disease, whatever it is, off, and I was starting to recover, and they charged the farmhouse, and she was bitten. She was attacked by these things. And we fled, we made it out. And he sort of looks at Derlin to see if Derlin is having a hard time hearing the story again.
He's just completely blank. He's just staring at the face of his mother, seemingly a little bit younger than she was when she actually passed away as well.
Yeah. It's like covered back up again now. He's just immediately
staring at the cylinder. Like,
yeah. She didn't make it. She turned into one of these things. And I tried to keep her safe. I did what I could to keep her around, but I couldn't. And I didn't have the energy to keep going, and I
I blacked out. When we awoke, someone else had done what I couldn't. It was never your burden. And he turns to his son.
I'm very confused, Dad.
He sort of looks down at his arms or his hands and sort of looks back and forth between the crystal and the sort of regular. And he goes, this thing came at a cost. I lost my arm to something some time ago. I didn't make it. I was turned by another undead something or other. And my friends did the right thing. They stopped me. But I somehow came back. Some god or something brought me back. And I thought I wasn't going to be able to do anything to help anyone with only the one arm. And we came across this device, this machine of power, and basically it had the ability to do anything. I went in trying to go for a new arm, but my mind wandered, and next thing I know, I was making a deal with the shadow. And now I know it, darkness. That they could get Cerithia back from me in exchange for simply delivering them something somewhere. And I mean, they kind of sort of just gestures towards the container. I mean, she's nothing, but it's her form, it's her body, no mind. He just sort of sits there and just has a long pause, just staring forward.
Everyone
Doesn't
just
know how to continue.
Everyone just stands there looking at you. You can see that Danica is crying a little bit. You can see tears coming down her eyes, and Derlin just looks more surprised now than confused, and he almost has a little bit of a smile on his face. Midas doesn't really know what's going on, so he's just kind of supporting his wife and their newborn child, which is luckily asleep right now. And Macy is also shedding a tear or two. Just stand there.
And he just goes and pulls in his mom to the side and just hugs her tightly.
Everyone else comes in and gives all of you a
He
hug.
just sits there and just
family hug.
embraces.
Everyone just gives you a big hug. Just a whole living room full of people just embracing each other.
Yeah, he just, unless asked anything, he just embraces the quiet, I guess, the moment of mourning.
Right.
The whole grieving, I guess, that people would be going through in that, and yeah, just...
There's a lot of mixed emotion going around the room. Some hopeful, some sad, some surprised.
Yeah.
And then you hear the sound of burning, as the cakes in the oven probably should have been pulled out by now. But Macy quickly runs off and deals with the situation. You've seen it before. It happens every now and then that she forgets to take them out. But everyone is in the same sense of friendship and family. So, Sean, this is Danica.
He will eventually pass out on the couch, I think.
Right. She'll put a little sheet over you so you can sleep there. I'm sorry that you didn't feel like you could tell me sooner. You can always tell me anything. And I hope that we figure this out together. I know some people and maybe they have an idea. It's been an interesting year already.
Okay, I don't want you to think I didn't. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. I just thought with the baby, it would have been too stressful, too much.
Sean,
I'd let you
we had a werewolf chase us.
have your moment.
It's been stressful already,
Sure,
but
I guess.
it's okay. I just wish that I knew, so I knew what you were going through. Have you told her dad?
Her?
Have you told her dad that you have this body now?
Oh. I thought you were asking me. No. Last I saw him, I was out trying to earn coin to figure out what to do with the farm, and that night, I mean, Torgir just bumped into me at a bar out in the middle of nowhere and berated me before leaving. I mean, understandably so. I don't know how he found out, but he learned of the fate of his daughter and then stormed away. I mean, this only happened moments ago, hours at most. I'm barely been able to sit down, never mind get any word out. I just came to you because I trust you all.
Of course.
Everything.
Okay, I understand you. I don't know if you should even tell him. It's just not been brought back or anything, but this is a big step. Like this, you're halfway there almost, if not even more. Anyway, sleep and rest up, and we can talk about it later. If the rest of you want to sleep here, there's plenty of...
He's out cold on the couch.
Yep, that's right. If the rest of you want to sleep here, there's plenty of room on the floor. It's a little tight at the moment. There's 8 people here.
I think me and Celeste are gonna go to the hotel.
So
think that was the
during
plan.
Right.
during the second half, I think, of this conversation, Celeste would have tried to like subtly leave
Okay.
the house.
Okay. Where are you heading towards?
So she is just kind of going to slip out slowly, and then just start making her way down the street and just wandering. So she's not actually going anywhere in particular, just walking.
Okay. Can you tell me a left or a right?
Right.
Right. Okay. Just so I know. Cool. And what about the other 2 of you?
Ingwe would have gone to Vartex's place.
Okay. Where would the amulet be in the meanwhile, though?
Like, he would have gone upstairs and like hung it up,
Okay.
I think. yeah, if everyone's because everyone's gathered to talk to John, but like because Ingmar also opened the amulet earlier, so he would have been anxious to be like, "Oh, I didn't abandon your parties." Jokes. No, I don't want to. I mean, unless there's something random that you're going to throw at me, I'd be nefarious. Like,
No, everything's like it usually is. He's just bored out of his
the
mind.
dogs. Yeah.
He might end up playing chess with you or something similar. He's very bored at the moment. What about Trekkie?
I would have stayed for the whole scenario and then probably looked around and noticed Celeste was gone. And then just sort of chilled, not knowing what to do.
White Dragon Ball getting chilled.
Yes.
Mhm.
Floor sounds good. Yes.
Well, if you want to, we can make some room in the corner here. You can see that it's very packed, and you're probably gonna have to sleep next to someone's feet if it was spending the night. But it is possible if you would want to do that.
Sure. That's fine.
Well, so you're gonna have a rest in the house, and Ingwe is gonna have a rest inside, and Celeste is gonna wander the streets.
Roughly what time is it?
At this point in time, it would have been around probably 2 o'clock, so it's fairly early. It's been a stressful day already.
2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Just kind of wandering the street. There's nothing in particular that you're wanting to do or anywhere you want to go.
So with the celebrations kind of going on, Celeste is going to try and join in the sense of like, I am part of the crowd. I am just kind of like wandering with these people. She's just going to try and like blend in and just not really doing anything in particular. She's very much just looking for distraction almost, just like she's trying to clear her head by being surrounded with a bunch of shit that she doesn't care about.
So sit at a table somewhere and you just kind of watch everyone just do their thing.
We do that for several hours. Like she'd be out for a while. She would be contactable if someone were to message her, but
I
she's
think
gonna stay
everyone's
up.
having a sleep.
And then eventually, I'd say probably not until like 10 or 11 o'clock at night would she eventually go and find accommodation. So we're talking like 9 hours.
Right.
She's just out wandering the
So-
corridors.
You have some options. Because of where you went, you are pretty much close to all of them. You can go to the pod, which is a place where you sleep in a soundless interdimensional space, which is an interesting version. You can also go to the Cry for Help, which is in the casino, but I'm guessing that you want to stay clear of that. It's also the Spiral Staircase, which is close to where you are now. And then there's the Best Inventor, which is more like the American diner style. So you have some options.
Probably go to the Spiral Staircase.
Okay. So you haven't been here before, because this is one of the places that you haven't necessarily needed to go to because everything else was at the Best Inventor. It is a very, very small building. It is probably 2 meters by 2 meters. And it is just a door on the front, and then it has a big sign saying the Spiral Staircase, and then it is literally a spiral staircase going down, which is odd because it is on metal spinning cogs, but it seems like this is probably some kind of magical bullshit. And you walk down and walk down and walk down, and then there's this big open room where it seems a little bit like a CD bar. There's a few things that catches your eye. In the middle of this bar, it looks like a fighting arena where there's 2 robots fighting each other, and it looks like it's not like automatons. It's more like if you had like a lawnmower and a vacuum cleaner fighting each other. It's kind of like that style, and they're just destroying everything, and there's like a net in front to catch all the debris and stuff like that. People are cheering and betting, and And there's a lot of people here who looks a little bit more like they're probably more from like your side of life than more of an inventor side of life. This seems more like a place where questionable people hang out. The bar itself is cleanish, but it's full of these little robots that clean every now and then. Every time someone puts a glass down, there's automatically a little, I should say, like a coaster that appears underneath the glass and underneath the cup, so everything is fairly clean. And behind the bar, you can see this bald, elven man. One of his ears, half of the ear has been cut off, and he has like a big golden earring, and he has like a few crooked teeth and stuff. He doesn't look like a beautiful elven man as one would assume that all elves is. This one definitely looks like he's come from a different walk of life. And he has a hook as well. But it is full to the brink.
What's on the menu?
Whatever you want, love.
Whatever
What do
I
you feel
want.
like? Yeah, what do you feel like? You want some rum? Want some beer, wine, ale, food?
It's,
We have an orange somewhere.
let's go with your classic. Just give me a bottle of the rum.
Gotcha. He pulls out some rum and he pours you a glass.
No, you can
silver.
leave the bottle.
Oh, that'll be 4 silver then.
Right. Sure. Slide that across. You serving food?
We can if you want, yeah.
What have you got?
I think the most of what we have on the menu right now is chicken. We don't get a lot of different assortments, but we do have an orange if you want to word scory. That's a long-standing joke. Anyway, we have some chicken. We also have the vegetarian option, which is
Just
the salad with the chicken, where we take chicken out.
no,
After
it's
we cook
fine.
it, of course.
Just the chicken, just a drumstick, I guess.
Right, drumsticks
Just to make
coming
sure
up.
I don't get too sick.
Would you like some hot sauce?
No, thank you.
Okay, no hot sauce. Tells one of his compatriots behind this little curtain, and you can hear someone's. Sounds like someone's a little grumpy behind this curtain, and you're like, "Arr!" And then they continue with whatever they were doing. And after a little bit, some drumsticks comes out on a plate. That'll be another 2 silver, please.
It's an interesting get-up that you've got.
What? What? Sorry, I couldn't hear that. My hearing isn't what I used to be.
It's an interesting get-up.
Oh well, it's my little playground, if you can say it like that.
What sort of clientele do you normally entertain?
Pretty much all these geezers, you know, like anyone from any walks of life is welcome. But you can see that the majority of them are either these bedding types or these drinking types.
Right. You got any rooms?
I do have a few rooms, yeah.
I'll take one.
Right, it'll be a gold per night.
Just the one, for now at least.
No worries. He puts it in his pocket and he gives you a key. It's number 7.
He
Well,
takes
yeah.
a shot of the rum, and then she'll turn kind of at the bar and just watch the fight and just be there. Depending how long she's awake, order another bottle and then make her way up to bed. There's nothing untoward happens.
Nice. Seems like there's multiple of these different fights where people are making these robotic entities that isn't really made for fighting, but constructed in a way that looks like it's like a gladiator fight almost.
Like
some
a
of them
lawnmower with like an
pretty much,
saw
yeah.
tied to the front of it.
Yeah, some of them are like really. They look like when they were in combat, they probably would be very effective, but then they come up against this weird, like it almost looks like one of those little triangle things you put under the door, and it has wheels on it, and just keeps skipping over the other thing until it falls over and breaks. And
Yep.
there's some relative good bits in there. There's a lot of people making random money off this. Some of these inventions are completely useless. Some of them doesn't even start. But there's options for betting on various decay of machinery. But nothing out of the ordinary happens. Everyone's just having fun and celebrating and enjoying the moment. And it seems like even though this is a bit of a seedy bar, it is a place where people just don't care about the outside world as much.
Nice. Finish the bottle and make my way to my room.
Well, so as you get to your room and you open it up, it's a very simple room as well. It's not very extravagant. The windows are round, and it looks like these windows, because you know that you're underground right now, and this is a different world. You can see out, and it looks like the sea. It's kind of just on the outside of the window, but you obviously know that there's no window there. But it's a comfortable room, and it's at least available.
She will fall into bed and sleep until she is roused.
Very well. Make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I hate all these dice.
Can always do digital.
Wisdom save. Oh, it's a natural 3 + 2 for a 5.
Okay. You fall into a slumber. And you start hearing voices. Hear Hilda's voice talking to someone. And then some yelling. Hearing him command an attack. And hear someone opposing him, someone disagreeing. And it's your voice. You remember saying these words, but they're so far back in your memory that it's been so long. You see a flash of a knife getting stabbed into someone. Splashes of water, cannons fires. More splashes of water. The smell and the taste of salt water. You open your eyes and your room is flooded with water. And there is no room for air.
In this room that I'm currently in?
Yes.
Is the door still there?
Everything in the room is still there where it is. But the whole room is full of seawater right now.
I'm going to make my way over to the door and see if I can open it.
Okay. As you start moving, these seaweed plants starts forming around your legs, and you cannot move. Pulls you slowly back to where you came from.
I'm going to Scorching Ray the plants.
Okay. You remove some of the plants off your feet, and they slowly start forming again, but you manage to get away from them, and you get to the door.
Can I open it?
You open the door, and it feels like all the water is flooding out. But you're no longer in the bar. You're underneath your old ship. And you can feel it cracking, creaking back and forth as the cannons are firing. And the people are yelling upstairs.
I'm going to make my way to the stairs upwards. If I can try and get up to the deck.
You move as fast as you can, and you get to the stairs, and you see Rin. And you remember this moment, right before he gets stabbed. See him yelling at Hilda. Both of them holding weapons. And then he gets stabbed again. You see that dagger go into his chest.
I'm going to scream out, and I'm going to try and cast a healing word at like 4th level as that happens.
Okay. Cast a spell, and it seems to take effect. But then it's almost like a movie that skips. Goes back a second, and it happens again.
I'm gonna do it again.
And it happens again. It's like your mind knows what happened. but you're unable to change it.
I'm going to scream out towards the sky, and I am going to cast a 3rd level Scorching Ray directly upwards at the mast.
Okay. Just checking, are any of these your special spells or are these your normal spells?
Scorching Ray is.
Okay, so I need you to also roll a d100 for me. Let me just grab this one here. It's going to get interesting now.
It's a 58.
58. Okay, let me just check that one. There's Lauren's folder. There we go. 58. Let's see what that is. Sorry, it's taking 2 seconds to open, apparently. 58, 58, 58. Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary seems to happen at the moment. And the Scorching Ray fires, as you would assume it to be, but the fire goes out as soon as it hits. I see Hilda looking at you with a grin on his face. Same grin you've seen before. And he raises his pistol and shoots.
At me?
Yes. And you wake up, bathed in sweat, smelling of seawater, but back in your room. You do not get a long rest. Everyone else does.
I'm assuming I lost all those spell slots as well.
Yes.
Shit. You'd think after so many years that demons would learn to stop chasing. No rest for the wicked, I guess.
You hear in your head, no rest for the wicked indeed. And it is the sound of your own voice.
Now's not the time. And I'm going to stand up and see if I can make my way to a washroom of sorts, if there's like a wash basin in the area.
Yep, there's one out in the hallway where everyone can use that. You can see people are drunk going back and forth. But yeah.
I will use prestidigitation to clean the water before then cleaning myself with
Fair.
the now clean water.
Probably a good idea here.
And I'll do the polite thing and prestidigitation it back to clean when I leave.
Fair.
I was not raised in a barn.
Very well.
So I'm assuming that I would wake up later than everyone else if I went to bed much later.
Yeah, you probably would wake up a few hours later at least. Because you only have 3 to 4 hours sleep, but you didn't really get any of them.
Yeah.
So.
Classic.
But Sean and Dreki, you would wake up, and so would Ingwe, and I'm guessing Ingwe would pop back into existence as well. In the middle of a room that's now occupied by Derlin and his girlfriend. And they are very surprised to suddenly see a furbog popping out of existence because they did not know you were in there. And it looks like they were occupied at the time. Hi, Mr. Ingwe. We didn't know you were in here. Sorry. We were just we were wrestling. Yes, we were wrestling.
That brings back so many core memories. Stop.
Traumatized everyone.
Such a weird attitude to sex. I suppose actually you're John's son. Has he... No, that's alright. I'm not going to get involved in your weird cultures. If you know, you can just call it... You know, all the animals do it.
We were just wrestling, right, Ingwe?
I don't care.
But
But if
others
you
fight.
don't want me to tell. Oh shit! I can't lie to your father. Oh, now I'm worried about it.
So just don't tell him
Oh,
anything.
stupid
Um,
bloody.
anyway, can we have a moment?
Sure.
Thanks.
Take several.
Right. Very well.
I cast confusion.
It was already cast.
I cast infestation.
That's a weird STD. All right. So the three of you, I would say, wake up in similar times of the morning. What would you like to do?
How many people are in the room with me?
So Derlin and his girlfriend is in the room upstairs. Macy has the room upstairs, the other room. So that means that it is Midos, Danica, Sean, the little girl, I forgot her name, and the baby. So that's 5 people, plus you. So 6 people in total. Don't think I forgot any. No.
A light crowd.
Yes, and then there's a container in the middle of the room. That's like
yes.
human-sized, a little bit bigger.
Yes.
So 6.5.
I think Drakic's gonna go outside and just walk around the block for some fresh air.
Sure.
Yeah,
But he's gonna try and sneakily get up because he doesn't want to wake up anyone.
Right.
I think anyway will try and like join Drakic.
I think anyway is usually a very early rise as well, so it probably would be
Like
similar
awake,
time. Yeah.
And it's like
Very well. So the 2 of you can sneak out. I'm guessing that Sean might even sleep in a little bit, considering he had 2 points of
Yes.
exhaustion. So
I was going to say, Sean's normally an early riser too, but not today. He
No.
sleeps through till like 10. He's like doing those things where like people are trying to get up and actually use the house and that, and he's just there, just being like, I'm not getting up until I fucking want to. Like, today is not the day.
you also
He's
feel like
rolled
you've been
over.
beaten up at the same time. Like your entire body looks like your chest hurts like a motherfucker right now. You probably have a crack rib or 2 as well. But yeah, CPR.
Yeah, he's like rolling over and turning his head towards the back of the couch and like pulling the blanket over his head and just trying to keep that sleep go as long as possible.
Memories of me being 16 and drinking. Yep. Fair. But the 2 of you go outside for some fresh air, and there is plenty to be had up here, including a little bit more snow.
Just like home.
You see these little machines they're not driving around, they're kind of hovering a few inches off the ground, and they're like these little red boxes that's kind of like one end is like a triangle shape almost. They're like flying around, and they're popping out salt here and there so no one falls and dies. And then there's another one that comes behind it and kind of try to make sure that the salt doesn't rust anything. And it's just like it's almost like 3 or 4 of these little machines, one after another, that tries to undo what the person did before it, but still try to do something. It's a bit of a weirdness, but at least people can't fall over, and no offense, rusting, and everything is clean. But yes.
What a weird couple of days, Ingwe.
yeah. I mean, every day's been weird. It's like I've been racing since I got here. We've never really had a moment to just, like I thought, a couple of months ago, I thought it was like, yes, I'm going to be on a quest to it's going to be all about the gods, and then we met you, and it became more about the gods, but like different gods, and
Yep.
then like breaking into, and then then Vartex came along. Well, Vartex came along kind of before that, and then it was like, hey, wait a second, the Feywild's a thing. So
Oh
is
yeah,
that
the Feywilds. That was. Yeah, with Celeste.
I'm just really struggling with my identity at the moment. Like I feel like everyone hates me because I tried to kill Mr. John, but then they hate themselves because we didn't kill him,
You think?
including John.
Yeah. So John's upset that we didn't kill him, which is.
No,
But I don't.
I think
What?
I think John's upset that we didn't stop Lily. And the only way we could have stopped Lily was to kill him. Like I'm pretty sure he's happy to be alive, like
Oh yeah.
and he's like enthusiastic about reviving his wife and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just, I don't know.
Strange. It's all strange.
It's a weird place, this world. This kingdom thing. Anyway.
Why would you think John was so upset about getting Lily out of his head?
I think he has a problem with the story's pretty bad, like she tried to destroy the world and remake it and stuff.
Yeah.
But then they don't like Vartex because he played tricks on people and hurt lots of people. But then all of you hurt people every day. It's like a matter of context.
Yeah, I thought going to get the Lily out of his head was like the whole point. And then we did it. And he was very upset that we did it.
Yeah, I mean, Celeste is the one that I'm most confused about, right? She's the one that advocated for going to follow Lily's plan.
Yeah.
And then...
Wait. I mean, at the start she did, but then I guess she was against it when it was... I don't know.
She's the one that said I shouldn't kill John.
Well, yeah, I think I also agreed with the whole not killing John part of things. That's just not...
Yeah, it's weird, because it was like a 2 versus 2 vote, right? Like, me and Jean voted for killing Jean, and you and Celeste voted for not killing Jean, and then Lily was the deciding vote, and John didn't die.
Which is a good thing, but everyone's upset about it, and that's the bad thing. I don't understand. It's like you try to do the right thing, and it's just people are just not happy with it. They're just not good. It's not good enough.
Maybe we should just stop trying.
Yeah. Maybe. Although then, what do we do if we're not trying to do anything?
I don't know, I've been hanging out with Vartex. This one time he started a religion where where he was the that everyone prayed to him and stuff. I reckon that'd be cool.
Starting a religion?
Yeah, like a good one. Where people don't kill each other or other species, and they're
Oh yeah, I mean, if we don't kill each other, I guess that's a good start. But then again, I'm already sort of committed to my religion, so I don't really want to start another religion.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I'm good where I am at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for whatever. Like, it's all about learning for me and storytelling. I'm not really that. I mean, nah. Yeah, nah.
Well, on that note, I think it's time for us to take a break. We'll be right back after these important messages.
Woo!
Oh my god, hi! Sorry, I totally didn't see you there. I was too busy hanging out in our Monsters of Mayhem Discord server. Hi, I'm Laura, your friendly neighborhood gremlin, and today I'm here to talk to you about the Monsters of Mayhem Discord server. The Monsters of Mayhem Discord server can be found by typing !Discord over in the chat. Over at the Discord, we do cool things, like tonight's one-shot. That's right, the cast from today's one-shot were plucked from our Discord like an orphan off the street. So if you want to come and hang out and play Dungeons & Dragons, come do that. We also have not streamed one-shots if you don't want to be broadcasted to the entire internet. We also do that as well. Our mods run kind of one-shots and things like that. Or maybe you're looking for people to play your home game, or looking to form a group of players. Come do that as well. You can poach awesome D&D players from our Discord server. We allow poaching, which is really cool. Or maybe you're a gremlin, like me, who stays up way too late looking at the subtly glowing white screen, trying to finish quests in video games, and you are just left counting down the hours until you have to wake up in the morning, just constantly glancing at the clock and trying desperately to finish that quest before the timer runs out, and then you wonder why you're always tired because you stay up until the sunlight starts creeping through the window. If that's the case, we also have games nights every Tuesday. Come along and play group games with us. You also have the chance to win cool prizes, which is really cool, just for showing up. We have like a leaderboard, and if you show up, you get put directly on the leaderboard. And then if you're a pleasure to play with, or if you win the game, you get points, and those points count towards winning prizes, which is really cool. Or maybe you like dogs, and cats, and reptiles, and llamas. I'm totally serious about the llamas. That's the thing. We have really cool photos of those all up on our Discord channel too. So come look at those. And food. Who doesn't like food? We have lots of photos of food. So if you like recipe ideas, come and hang out and look at those. And we also celebrate birthdays. If it's your birthday, we'll be like, oh, it's your birthday. You're awesome. We love you. So come and do that on our Discord channel as well. Or do you like dice? Can I tempt you with dice, maybe? We have this innate urge inside all of us as Dungeons & Dragons players or tabletop RPG players to collect dice and hoard them up like a dragon. And we post photos of those hoards and really pretty dice and links to where you can buy them if you want to strain your bank account. So come do that if you want to be tempted to blow your life savings. Maybe you play Dungeons & Dragons and have a really cool character concept, or tabletop RPG, really cool character concepts, and you want to share those character concepts with people who will totally nerd out with you about those. Come do that. Or maybe you have a home game and you have this really cool plot point that you want to talk about. Come do that. We really want to hear those stories as well. Just don't let Tom hear any of them because we don't want to give him any ideas, because for reasons. So yeah. Come hang out in the Discord server. Lots of really cool people. We're all really friendly, and if you're not friendly, you get a ban. So it's moderated, it's really active. Come hang out with us. We really want to hang out with you. So yeah, do that. Hang out with us. That's it. That's the ad. That's all I have to talk about. I mean, mean, I can keep talking if you want me to. Do you want me to keep talking? I can. What can I talk about? I can talk about that. Oh, that weird growth that I found living under our kitchen sink. That's a cool story. Oh, or I can tell you the story about how Tom found rats and they were like stealing his forks, which is apparently a true story. Like the fork thief. That's really cool. Or I could talk about the time in the campaign where we realized that the big bad evil guy all along was actually this guy named...
Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount.
The following ad read was written by artificial intelligence, also known as AI. We here at Monsters and Mayhem do not endorse any outlandish or nonsensical statements as written by this robot, but we hope you enjoy nonetheless. Hi there. Do you love Dungeons and Dragons? We do too, what a coincidence. That's why we created Monsters and Mayhem, the Twitch channel for all of your tabletop RPG needs. Our campaigns are sure to get your heart racing, and our other content is sure to keep you entertained for hours on end. So come and join us today. Do you have what it takes to be a monster? Subscribe to our Twitch channel to share the love and gain eternal power and immortality. With new videos every week, you'll be able to learn everything there is to know about being a monster. We've got you covered, so come over and join the mayhem. It's been a blast exploring all the gory details of monster mythology with you. I hope you had as much fun as I did. If you want to keep the fun going, you can use your Amazon Prime account to get a free subscription to our channel, or become a hero and gift a sub to another follower. Thank you for staying tuned, and until next time, stay scared!
We are technically back.
Hi.
-1 for
Hi.
now. -2 for now. We are having
We don't
some
need them.
technical
We just need
difficulties. Sean's wife kidnapped Sean to do some lovely couples things in the container.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, hang on. No. No.
I didn't say which one. It could have been the Dragonborn.
The Dragonborn wife, just come back.
The
Claim her
Dragonborn wife
prize.
returns. I think like that's campaign 2.
Continue to
Return of the
finish
Dragonborn wife.
That's my character next campaign. I'm the white Dragonborn.
Starts off completely traumatized.
Super scared of spiders and heights
Yep.
and public
And
humiliation.
being naked.
Yes. The whole shebang.
Oh, shabangadunga.
I don't know if you saw the thing. I've got a huge thunderstorm. It's just like rolling thunder. No rain. No lightning that I'm aware of rolling over my place now. I think that's what's fucking with my connection.
Right. I also accidentally put your camera in where Ingwe is, so you're currently.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Ah, that
There you go.
thunderstorm is headed directly for us too.
It's a
Mm.
storm lord.
Let me look up the bomb.
Na 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 na. Pew pew.
The
Oh,
Storm
Doug, it's
Lord has called
ridiculously
an end
weird.
to this stream. No more wives in containers.
I mean, I guess I support that. It's weird.
Oh, we're
Oh.
nice in the red zone.
We're nice in the
Where we are,
red
where
zone.
that's rolling
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Oh, that's why I had a bit of a headache today.
Love that.
Because of the red zone?
It's just hard to control the weather without getting a headache.
Ah, right. You're one of those weathermen.
Yeah, I'm Storm. My least favorite X-Men in the world is literally Storm.
Oh.
I have the power to control the weather. It's lightning.
I'll just make it sunshine all the time. That's it. That's me.
Your version of Storm would be to prance around going,
Sunshine, lollipops, and
You are single-handedly responsible for like green energy rollout across the entire world, like depreciating
feel
like
like-
coal and gas.
I feel like, in theory, it'd probably be more like Bruce the Almighty. When he tries to change something, he fucks everything up everywhere else. So suddenly, there's a tsunami somewhere because he's like, oh, let's make it sunshine today. Everything is happy. Another half of the planet just dies.
Yeah. You keep it permanently like sunny, and then the other part of the world is like constantly in darkness.
Yeah, or just
Well, yeah,
snows
because-
around me when I want it to snow, and then the rest of the climate in the entire world just breaks.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, Celeste, you also wake up, kinda not having slept very well, with 1 point of exhaustion. And you can hear
I should
noise from
stop drinking
downstairs
before I go
as
to sleep.
well. You can hear the sounds of. It's hard to explain. It sounds like. Dong. 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 It almost sounds like someone chopping wood, actually.
Right. So freshen myself up and make sure I've got everything. And nursing my head, I'll make my way back out of the room and back up towards the main bar area.
So you can see what the sound is now, that there's where this gladiator pit was before. Now it's been set up to be a place where you can throw axes at targets, and there's a few people there doing that, and they're not very good at it, but they are kind of hitting. You can see some of the axes are flying backwards, and there's a few injuries here and there, but it seems like it's the daytime event that you can participate in this place when you are not drinking, and yeah, Celeste also got inspired, by the way.
Oh, it's just so impressive watching these people.
Yes.
Thank you very
Impressive.
much. I will walk over to the bar and drop my key to room 7 on the top of the bar. And
He
then
grabs it with his hook, pulls it across. Thank you. I hope you had a nice sleep.
Thank you, it was delightful.
Glad to hear.
Right, well, you have a good day.
You too. Watch out for the what's the dangers around here? I don't even know. Watch out for dangers in general.
Thank you for your warning. Would have been completely blindsided otherwise. As she makes her way up the spiral staircase and back out into the center.
See him rubbing a piece of cloth into this glass. It's a little complicated with a hook, but he continues to do the normal thing. Until you make it up on the street.
And she will meander her way back to Carburetor Avenue, not in any sort of rush.
I'd say that probably a little bit halfway, you probably run into Ingwe and Drekik, I think. Because they were just walking around as well.
Morning.
Morning, Celeste. How was your... Where did you go? You just disappeared.
Yes, it seemed like a rather private family moment, so I wanted to give them some room to share their grief and condolences and be together. So
Yes, that would have been probably the smarter decision.
I was expecting. I was walking around for quite a while, and I was expecting someone to eventually reach out, but
Well,
I
would have. I just had no idea where you had gone.
found a quite a quaint little inn, I suppose you could call it, bar, tavern. Interesting.
Hmm. Interesting. How?
You know those constructs that are kind of all over the place here.
Yeah.
They're having competitions in this place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, people fight them and place bets, and it was all rather jovial. I saw this one. It was like a stick that had legs on it, and it was getting its head like punched up, and then as its head was punched, it was like extending really, really high, and then it was very interesting.
Sounds very strange.
Perhaps we'll take you there sometime.
Yeah.
Anyway, how's Jean doing this morning?
Haven't really seen him this morning, but I think being with his family is doing him some good.
That's good to hear.
It just seems like he's more at home, I guess, even though this isn't home at all.
What's that you've been saying? Home is where the heart is.
Is that what they say?
I believe so.
Oh.
Hearth.
Home is where the campfire is, where I come from.
I suppose hearth would be similar.
Yeah.
Regardless, did you want to go and grab some breakfast or something before we head back? Give him as much time with his family as possible before we start talking about our...
Sounds good. Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Right. I kind of want to try some of these foods they've got out here in these stalls rather than going to an actual diner.
There's a lot of street food.
And this way, because they're quite small servings, we can try a lot of different dishes rather than having to choose the one.
True. That's tourist?
Let's tourist.
Right.
We get t-shirts that say I heart Kronos.
You can. There's a specific tourist area where all the neon lights are once again back up. And you can buy a whole bunch of street foods. I'd say that if you mark off maybe 1 gold each, you probably could get a good selection. You have some interesting mixes, just like their inventions. Some of them are quite experimental. Like you can buy little sticks with pea pods, but they're covered in like spice. And some of them are covered in like cinnamon, and it's some strange mixes. Some of them are unedible, some of them are good, and some of them are very spicy. You can get little burger-like things, but where it's opposite, so you have 2 pieces of meat and bread in the middle. Yeah, that kind of thing. So if you think of something that you would normally be able to eat as street food, just flip it around to opposite. So you have like a pinata the other way around.
I have a skewer made out of chicken with bits of wood.
Yeah,
on the,
probably.
Yeah.
I have a Dagwood dog, except the pastry's on the inside.
Oh, they're just injected to the center.
Bread inside the hot dog. It's so experimental that some of these people don't actually have a very good imagination, so they just take things that they know and make them different. That was the actual Stormlord. saying, "Behave."
Okay.
Storm from
You
the
banged
Gold
him, you
Coast
banged him,
has
you
just
banged him.
reached Ipswich.
Yeah.
Very well.
I'm
I
sorry
may
for
be
eating
interrupted
Dagwood dogs.
shortly by my children who are afraid of thunder.
Right.
I mean, I'm-
Ingwe
yeah.
probably engages in the small talk, but is not focused on it at all, and is very focused on the automatons, specifically looking for the different automatons, and if they're around and back and up and running.
They're not currently up and running. There is automatons in the other sense of like the cleaning robots and the delivery robots, but it doesn't look like any of the police force, so to speak, is currently active. But yeah, you can't quite see what's going on there.
And then, does Ingwe know where the garrison is?
Yeah.
Or,
You pass
yeah.
the garrison almost. It's next to where the casino is.
Yeah.
At the end of the city, there's like a big triangle
Yeah.
that keeps spinning around, and then you can go on to these 3 different places. One of the places is where the council is. One of them is where Delatunis and the other part of the council is, and the other one is the the garrison. So the High Council, the Technomancer Institute of Discoveries and Inventions, and the garrison. There's those 3 spots that this triangle kind of connects to.
Mm-hmm.
So you know where that is.
Cool. I think I'll wait until something else happens.
Right.
Wouldn't be actively derailing things yet. It's very much not paying attention to what's going on.
Just eating all the food and forgetting.
No,
what you're
not eating any of the food. Anyways, not on board with eating inside out Dagwood dogs. Or
There's like
That's
like
like
bananas in
dead
cucumbers.
bird and
I reckon Celeste has like a whole apple that's been spiraled and is just like dipped in like sugar and like cinnamon.
Yeah. Except instead of cinnamon, it would be hot chili.
yeah, so for a little while, Ingwe hasn't eaten anything of that. Like, even like vegetarian food, Ingwe's like, someone could have killed an animal and sprinkled it on it. I don't trust any of this shit.
Fair.
So you're saying that this patch, if I just stick it on there, is like alcohol?
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you put it on there, it's kind of like you're smoking tobacco. And you know, you have to start somewhere, right?
Maybe not now.
And you can get fake tattoos with I love Kronos and I heart Kronos as well if you wanted.
I heart Kronos.
It's a little complicated to put it on Ingwe if you wanted to, but fur is not the easiest thing to tattoo.
They like shave like his arm.
Would if you wanted. Yeah. So, yeah. After a while, you have a bit of the street food and you enjoy being tourists for a little bit. And, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary seems to happen. And Sean, in the meanwhile, you would have woken up. Still have 1 point of exhaustion, but you feel less like you've been beaten up than earlier.
Sort of would just sit on the edge of the couch a bit, looking. So I'm sorry, Stormlord.
Not on the edge, apparently.
Yeah, I'll sit on the chair properly. Just taking.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I have been muting wrong.
Beautiful.
Second chance for a fart, and it didn't happen.
What am I connected to?
Rats.
Well, okay.
No, I
I
can't
can still hear you.
You're in safe. Don't listen to Tom. Don't listen to him. He's the master of disaster. Remember.
Oh, it's all good. We can't hear you now.
Right. So Jean would have, slowly sat up, sort of sat on the edge of the bed, or the couch and that, and just taken in the people moving around him and that, and eventually, once I'm sure they probably would have pulled him in for a bite to eat, even if it took till lunchtime or something like that, with a late wake up. But he would have sat down with the family and basically had a discussion regarding the body of his wife and where it would stay, type thing.
So what's your plan with that?
So I think he'd sort of just I don't really trust anyone else to look after her. And I know it's a lot to ask, especially under the circumstances you're under, but I was hoping if you wouldn't mind caring for her in some capacity. Danica, I know your specialty in magic. I don't know what this works in, but I figured if something went wrong, you, of all people, might have some inkling of idea what to do.
Sure, of course. I would be more than happy to do that. I know that you have things that you need to do, and this isn't quite what you expected, I'm sure, but we can definitely do that. I don't mind.
I mean, I'll put you guys in touch with about the only other person I trust in this city, besides my companions, of course. There's a woman by the name of Mana, and I think she's about to become very powerful in the city.
Right, she's on the council as well, so no, yeah.
Yes, that's the one.
Sure, yeah, of course. I'm happy to help.
If storage feels like the wrong word, becomes too difficult here. She did say she could help in that regard. If she does, I would just appreciate you guys just making sure that everything's all right, checking on her occasionally.
Right. Yes, of course. I'll keep an eye on her. Of course. Just let me know anything I can help.
Thank you. Is Derlin there, or is Derlin still up in his room or doing something else?
He's still up in his room. I think he's working out.
Yeah. Sort of just no idea how to approach this sort of situation. He just sort of looks at everyone else and goes, I'm sure Derlin will understand eventually, but I don't know what to say to him right now.
Well, I had a conversation with him yesterday after you fell asleep, and he actually seems excited about this potential promise of bringing his mom back. But also, we don't want to give anyone false hope. This is not something that I ever heard of happening. But he understands that too.
Good. I don't think excited is the right approach to this. There's too many parameters. There's nothing certain, and especially with everything I've dealt with. As complicated I thought magic was, it's tenfold that from what I'm learning.
Oh yes, I constantly learn new things too. I think it's okay to be hopeful, but cautious.
All right. I'll take your word on that.
I can try to do some research here to see if I can figure out what else to do. But
I've asked so much of you already. I don't expect anything.
Shut up. I'm your sister.
Yeah.
I'd be careful around John right now. He doesn't like being talked back to at the moment.
I thought the others are back.
I guess they're back now.
Oh. I was just about to leave to come find you. He sort of stands up and makes his way straight to Drakik. Gently places an arm on his shoulder. I'm sorry for the way I behaved yesterday. I shouldn't have done that. I acted using my emotions instead of thinking things through, and I shouldn't have hit you. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay, John. I slapped you awake, I think we're even.
No, I wasn't. That was a tap to wake me up. If you want to, I believe in an eye for an eye. You're welcome to take a swing. Otherwise, I don't know. Surprise me one day.
I slap him.
Right. Crack.
I guess I rolled damage.
Yeah, he's not in a defensive stance, even if it was sudden and he went to defend.
Yeah, I don't roll damage, it's just 3 damage. There you go. Smack!
Ugh.
Is that better, John?
Sort of turns and looks back with a smile. That's better. I feel better about it, at least. All right.
Now that you feel it,
That was
actually,
nice.
Sean, you feel relieved. You feel like a great weight has been taken off your shoulders suddenly.
In fact, I feel really good about it.
It's probably not related to the punch, but yeah.
So good, it's incredible. Hit me again.
Okay!
Welcome to the other type of dungeon master. Hashtag still not an orgy.
It all started with Drake calling me daddy. Didn't actually happen.
Daddy.
Sure, daddy.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Why don't we, I don't know, step outside for a bit? We can go see what they got to eat or something around here. I guess we just stop.
Just standing there with all these sticks full of food.
Glad to see that you're feeling better, Sean. The rest seem to have done you good.
Thank you all for everything you've done at this point. I still am not fully grasping everything that's going on, but I appreciate you staying at my side through all of it.
You're welcome.
That's okay. It's still weird. This is weird.
All right. So it turns back to the family. We've got some things I think that need to be discussed. I might be back in a bit. I'll definitely say goodbye before I leave town, but
It's all good, Sean. We're here for you. We will always be here for you.
thank you. I know you will. And Jean starts to make his way out. Hopes the group will join him, and not sort of implied. And he's going to pull out. How much coin does he have? He pulls out 900 gold. And leaves it on the counter by the door.
No one notices it as you do it, but you can gather that they'll be very surprised once they come to the realization.
Yeah. And Sean almost immediately realizes he probably shouldn't do that now if he is coming back.
Sorry. It isn't a gift. I just left it.
Yeah.
Right. We can
Once
say that
go
you
back to grab it.
had that realization as you put it down, and then
Yes. Puts it back, keeps it in a separate pouch, but puts it back in his pocket. And
Fair.
will drop it off another time.
I'll just have you know the Storm Lord has arrived at my house.
Oh, he's here as well.
Same here.
He is the
I
almighty
just felt my
deity.
house like shake.
Yeah, it feels like a freight train right now around here.
I have the tail end creeping over me now, so hopefully mine is wrapping up.
Fair. So, where do you want to go from here?
Outside the house, that's pretty much what John asked the others.
Can we just go straight to the part where we beat the BBEG?
Do you even know who it is yet?
I was gonna say we don't even know.
Which
I have no
one?
idea.
Which one? Yeah.
Most of them are my friends.
Yes.
Anyway, one.
Yeah,
And
it's
Sorry,
you three,
Ingwe's at the centre of all of it.
are Ingwe's friends, right? So,
Yeah.
I,
gonna say.
ah.
that does not discount the points that I made. Any of you could be it.
No, that's fair. Very fair. Yeah, you can go outside. There's plenty of places where there's like little benches and stuff. It's a little complicated with the benches because they're just kind of spinning around on these little wheels, and it is a little. Still getting a little nauseous when that happens, but you can sit down outside if you want, or you can go to a bar. It's up to you.
This town is so complicated. I don't like it.
Here, there's I've got a candy for you that you can eat. Makes it easier to not be nauseous.
No, I'm fine. I just don't like the confusion. Also, isn't that shit from when we first came here?
Yeah.
No, thank you. I suppose. So I guess the next question is, where the hell do we go from here?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything you all need to do? Any place you need to be? Just hear the dog get
It was a storm lord.
I'm just imagining it's like this regular conversation and just a Drekic's like this, just a little dog like
You see
trying to ignore it. It's like, yeah,
See in the background like a little dog pulling a burglar across the floor. Anyway.
So, if you could help me clarify something, Mr. John. You said you had 3 years before your wife's container vestibule. Is 3 years? Would you consider 3 years like a long amount of time, or an urgently short amount of time?
I guess it's all relative to what the task will hold.
Yeah,
Imagine.
that's my question. Because it could. I would say that it's not. It's quite a short amount of time. But I've done the math, and I don't know your perspective. Are we urgently trying to revive your wife? Would you say that it was like an urgent matter?
I think it's. I mean, after having everything that happened before that felt urgent. This. I mean, I still think it should be a priority, but with everything going on, I don't know if it should be the priority. Not for us. It may be my priority, but mine should not domineer over the priorities of the group.
Yeah, I got that. The urgency. Yeah, it's definitely. I think it's definitely. I think we all agree that it's a high priority. You returning your wife to you is important. Okay, so it's what I've picked up is that it's not urgent, and that perhaps once we get more information along the way, it might become more urgent. In which case, we'll of course follow you and assist you on that journey.
Right.
Celeste has somewhere to be, and she can't get there, so that's kind of kind of important as well.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, that's something that's been on my mind the last sort of week or so. I mean, ever since we broke free from Blightwood. Do we know what the next step in that challenge will be?
The Blightwood? Isn't Blightwood over?
Oh no, the the next step in this, and he sort of like gestures to the tattoos, and he's like, because that's,
Oh, yes.
I mean, from what we understand, that's related to getting you home as well, right, Celeste?
Correct. And the sooner I can get home, I feel as though there is a pressing matter that I must attend to, but it's not quite as urgent as some of the other things on the table. But I suppose similar with Ingwe, time is very different for me. So what I must do in what I consider a short amount of time may seem like a very long time for others. At some point in the next 15 years, at least.
15 years? I don't think we have that long.
What do you mean?
Well, we just came back from the future, didn't we?
Yes.
We don't have 15 years. How old was
Right.
Derlin?
I mean, probably about 30, I imagine.
How old is he now?
About 16, 17,
And
17, I think.
it happened 10 years before we got there.
Something like
So
that,
we only
yeah.
have 5 years.
At best.
So we don't have 15 years, no.
You might not have 15 years.
Yeah. So, Mr. Tricky, you know, Miss Celeste is from a different world, right? So as much as she probably hears about this place, its destruction is important, but less material. Like, it's not her home. So
But
if
you
this
can't
place gets destroyed, you know, like, it's like if you were to be a tourist in a place that like had been destroyed by something, you know, you go and visit and like the civilization has been destroyed, and
I hear what you're getting at, Ingwe, but it's hard to walk through a door of a house that's turned to rubble.
Well, that is assuming that the doorway was destroyed in the blast. I can say with some confidence that I was still able in the future to communicate with those beyond the door. So.
But you can't get beyond the door now.
No.
So we need to fix that.
As I said, at some point in the next 15 years, it would be ideal.
But if the world ends before we open the door, then you'll be here.
Right.
When this world ends.
What if in the future you were just...
So how are you supposed to be safe in the other world if you're still in this world?
I was last time.
Were you? Oh. Well then, alright then. Fair enough.
But you're very important to us, Drekik. So, we will assist you with your world, because your world's very important to us.
Are you from a different world too, Ingwe?
Kind of. Yeah. And my home was alright in that future too. They'd moved it, but it was still there.
Oh. I don't think my people like the lava.
Yeah.
Yes, well, I don't think many people do. That poor janitor.
But I think the conclusion of this conversation is like stopping that from happening is the
Yes.
priority. I think
Mhm.
that we should work on next.
Yes.
I think we're like talking at cross purposes where we don't understand each other's time perspective, but sometimes the conversation's good, and then we get stuck on things, and the thing that we get stuck on is the bit that's important.
Well, all I'm saying for me personally is that the time aspect of it is moot. So whatever comes first in chronological order is what will follow, because my goals, ultimately, it don't matter in the grand scheme of things if we're talking about time.
I mean, I think everyone's goals matters, Celeste. Don't worry about that. Your goal is not any less relevant to the rest of our goals. You still need to get home.
Eventually. But not only is this a rather pressing matter, but I do have other unfinished business that I'd like to take care of before I were to go home. But again, as long as it's done at some point before the world ends, or better yet,
Right.
if we can prevent that from happening in the first place, then I'm not fussed.
So, what is it? Oh, okay. Can you remind me again, are we after a god hammer for you, Celeste, or for us? Or for
Both.
both? Both.
Both.
Then why don't we just focus on that?
Sounds fine to me. And ultimately, that will, if we are in possession of it, will bring about the end to the end of the world.
But if we are in possession of it, we'll be able to help free your world and help save ours.
Yes,
Yes.
in a broad sense.
So we should probably get that. So how do we get that?
Well, I think we've just circled back on ourselves.
The God Hammer. It was in that painting, right?
No,
Sorry, what?
those were the keys that formed the parts of the key that were shattered and scattered. And what belies? So we need that to open the door to the labyrinth.
So, what clues do we have about the God Hammer?
Not many. As I mentioned, there is someone that I could potentially ask who may have information, but I owe them something which I do not have, so the information that I would be seeking would probably not be given freely.
Maybe I'll just ask the Stormlord. He seems to be hanging about. Actually, Drakic's just gonna wander away by himself for a second and just start praying under his breath to Ran and just be like, hey Ran, how are you doing? I was just wondering, do you have any information on a god hammer that might help us stop mass destruction of the world and all that at all?
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh, persuasion. 17.
You focus on your prayer and you feel a presence. As you open your eyes, there's an old man standing in front of you. Oh, Drakic. Oh,
Oh, hello.
I'm not quite sure of your question. I don't know where all these relics are anymore. I used to be keeping track of them, but since I died, it's been a long time since I've been looking after them. Sorry. I'm not quite sure.
That's all right. That's perfectly. perhaps know of any place we can start looking? Maybe?
Well, it's maybe some archives, some of your mortal scriptures might still remember. I don't personally. I've been very occupied
Like-
by being dead. So,
I'm sure you have. Perfectly understandable.
right. Also, this is your own journey.
Yes.
So you have to find your own path.
Right.
We can't get too involved. That's how we ended up in this mess in the first place.
Oh, yes, of course, that makes perfect sense.
Yes, and if we get too involved, we have children everywhere and everyone gets pregnant and yeah, it's complicated. We have rules, but there's some gray areas. Anyway,
I don't recall those stories.
no, it's for the secret handshake club upstairs.
Oh, right. I hope to see this secret handshake club one day.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Just hopefully not too soon.
Well, thanks, Ron. Thanks for the chat. Do you want anything in return? I've got what I have. Not much.
Is that
Have some
street
gold?
food?
Yes. They call it a wood dag.
A wood dag? That's a bit rubbish, isn't it? Anyway, see you around. And he's like, close your eyes. And you hear like a...
Can I open them now?
You don't hear a response. And you see him like walking around the corner. Just trying to hurry around the corner.
Okay.
So while that's happening, Celeste is going to try and just think if there's anything that's just come across in her years of studying and more recently studying into this particular genre, if there is anywhere that she can think of that would be a lead. Is there any sort of archive that she would think of to look in for this sort of information further? Is there a certain sector that would look after these sorts of objects that she could potentially travel to get the information?
Right. Make a... I guess this would be a history check, right?
With disadvantage.
Yes.
I have inspiration.
Because you're tired and you didn't have your coffee.
I hate all these dice. It's so sad.
The tired lady.
Inspiration.
Oh no, I rolled natural 20.
Disadvantage, inspiration.
Oh no, it's Melanie. Oh, I like her.
Can I have it? Can I have it?
You do
I'm
have
gonna-
inspiration if you haven't used it as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my inspiration because the other roll was not great.
Natural one.
It's a 3 on the die, so that's a 13 plus 3 plus 6 for what's that?
13 plus 3 plus 6, 22.
22, right?
32! 22.
That's pretty good though. Trying to focus your mind on logically dissecting a task like this. You think that your friend is a good choice. Archives, as old as you can get them, is a good choice, maybe too. You haven't seen or heard anything that makes sense to connect to this, but you gather that potentially one of these two spots is something that you could get something out of, but it is, again, a little hard to dissect without more knowledge on your own part. It's not really your forte to look for this specific item, but in general, when you have been looking for items, as you have done in the past, it has been places like that, or people like that. And the person you know at the moment is the individual that you met a while back.
Can I just clarify which individual you mean?
The person that you spilled coffee on paper.
All right. Cool.
Hey guys. Just had a conversation with Ron. He reckons we should go look at some archives.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. It is though.
Sorry, I talked to a god to get my information. But...
No, that's fine. I was just thinking that perhaps, considering the age of the object and the connotation surrounding it, further into history we can delve, the better.
Yes,
So-
Ron, I think he could have helped more, but he's been dead a while, so it's been hard for him to keep track of things.
That's understandable.
So, not to throw spanners in the works, but I think that the most urgent thing is not that it's the most important. I mean, maybe it's the most important. It's pretty important, but I read a book where implied that my mum wasn't my mum and my real mum was alive and she's in the fire plane. So, and also the guy that she was working for is in that building over there and tried to kill me. And all of you guys are wearing those amulets so that people can't find you, and I'm not. And that is less important because I think, well, I know we don't want to be in fights and stuff, but maybe I should wear that amulet.
Did you just say someone's trying to kill you?
We knew this already. Drekik. Remember when we went to Blightwood because Ingwe's life and his friends.
Oh
were
yes,
in...
yes. Sorry, I was not myself in Blightwood.
No, and a lot has happened since then. But sorry to my point, Ingwe. Definitely, I would recommend. I've been pushing for you to wear that since we got them. So, all on board.
Yeah, maybe while we're in the city. Good idea.
Should we go see the Pixie King? Is that what you want to do?
That wasn't what I was suggesting, but it's a great idea.
Well, you just said he was over in that building.
Yeah, but
And I mean, last time we went there, it was a lot of fun.
He might think. No. I actually want to go to the archives and figure out how to get to the fire plane.
All right.
Which might also, we may not need to go to the archives, potentially. We do have someone just inside that we could ask.
Who?
Mana?
Well, Mana, yes, or Danica. Isn't that sort of her area of study?
Oh, well, let's go ask her then.
I think
mean,
I
if we
already
want
asked
to-
her. No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. You asked generally about planes, I think. You didn't
Yeah.
say anything specific to her.
I just figured while we're here, might be worth a question.
Are they still sleeping in there?
Speaking of fire planes, did you figure out what my cloak did?
Your cloak?
I mean, yeah, my cloak.
Yeah, it was
Believe-
on fire.
I don't believe it belonged to anyone. But yes, I did figure out what the cloak did.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I just assumed that Delatunis gave it to me, but if you think it's yours, of course.
No, I don't think it's mine. Just
What
go
does it
to
do?
any of us.
Oh, okay.
What does it do apart from look awesome?
It allows you to gain certain resistances to fire itself, if you were to wear it.
Oh, I think we should give that to Ingwe. He's off to the fire plane. That makes perfect sense.
He's going by himself, is he?
Well, at the very least. I mean, I'll probably go with him, but
Oh, you can wear it.
I just thought it warranted discussion, that's all. But if you would like it, then you can have it.
I'm happy for Ingwe to have it. I mean, he lost his other cloak when we were
Well, I don't know if
firing
lost is the
cannons
correct
off a
word,
ship.
rather than actively... The very expensive cloak that he did get previously, he willingly discarded.
Look, I'll be honest, neither of us were fully thinking at that point in time.
Appreciate your honesty. But that much was evidence, yes. Jean, we were just going inside to ask a question of Danica, if you wanted to pop back in.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I've been a little distracted. I'm just still going over everything from yesterday.
I understand. I saw the faraway look in your eye.
Yes, and then back, and then again far away, and back again.
Did you need me to slap you again?
I don't think it would. Well, it'd hurt, but I don't think it would hurt in the sense. Sure.
No, we don't need to
do?
be playing
That was-
slaps.
I was trying to make a joke, but you want me to slap you again?
I mean, I'm sure it'll wake me up and snap me out. At least I hope it is. Sharok really hopes the slap will.
I give him like a very light tap on the cheek.
Funny if you disconnect them now.
Was it over there?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, good.
All right.
So what's your plan?
I don't know, so I'll just follow the group.
Talking to Danica.
Hey, Danica.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ingwe, yeah.
We were going to head down to the archives to do some reading, but
Okay.
Celeste had an excellent suggestion, which was that maybe we should talk to an expert first, which you're an expert in what we're looking to find out about, which is specifically planar travel to the fireplane.
Okay, sure. What do you want to know?
How do you travel to the fireplane? Do you have a map?
It doesn't quite work in that sense. You need to have a powerful spell to project you onto another plane.
Yes.
However, at the moment, all that has been shut down for years, though. Traveling between the planes is not possible at the moment. There's rare occasions where there's, how should I say, different circumstances, but generally the traveling back and forth is not possible at the moment.
Hang on. Is this the same sort of thing that's stopping Celeste from going home?
Yes. All the interplanar travel has been stopped for 80
Well,
years.
That leads us on to our next point. We need to find a god hammer.
I am not sure what that is, but
I
right.
assume it's a hammer that the gods use.
It would be in the name, wouldn't it? I haven't heard of that before. I'm not very, very religious person in that sense myself. I'm more focused on magic from somewhere else, if that makes sense.
All right.
I'm
done.
I mean, if the situation had been different, of course I could probably find someone to help you with the interplanar part, but at the moment it just doesn't work.
So, if we get it to work, are these things relevant? Ingwe will pull out the fork.
Yes, you would need a tuning fork for whichever plane you're going to, and also for whichever one you're going back to, which would be this one, I'm assuming. It depends where you're going, of course.
Yeah.
There's also some. There is a bit of a loophole. The fire plane itself has certain aspects of the other elements in a small capacity. So sometimes there is hidden passages that can potentially take you between the 4 planes of the elements. But that's a theory of mine. It's not a proven fact yet. I mean, maybe one day we will find out.
And what's the theory based on?
So each of the elements cannot exist without a small portion of the other ones within them. But if one of them have too much, there's problems. So by each of them having this, there must be some sort of connection between them if they have parts of each other within them. So the theory I have is, for instance, that on the fire plane you could have a portion of the earth plane. And if you go to that portion of the earth plane, you might be able to travel to the earth plane itself.
Like a tear.
Yes. Almost like a sheet that you fill up with water and you prick little holes in it. And the hole goes both ways.
And the bubble comes out. Yeah.
Yeah, so bubble on one side and water on the other side. That's my theory, at least.
In 4 dimensions. Complicated.
Yes,
Elegant.
quite.
You've lost me.
Potentially.
What?
It's a hard to explain. I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure how to properly show it to you.
Have you found any physical evidence to support your theory?
No, I'm not old enough to have actually been able to go anywhere. This thing has been shut down even before I was born.
But if you were right, you'd be able to go. Oh, you're saying if even if your theory was correct, it wouldn't subvert the block.
No. We still have to physically be able to go there first, and then it's just a bit of a shortcut if it is correct. If you ever end up going there for any reason, you can tell me, and maybe I can write a thesis on it.
Oh, your theory only covers the elemental planes.
Yes, that's just what I've been focusing on.
No link to the prime material plane. Okay.
Not that way around. That would be dangerous.
Do you know where the archives are in this city? We need to go research.
Yeah, it's where the Technomancers Institute is. That's where the archive is.
Where?
Yeah, that end. Pretty much where you came from yesterday.
I think I am gonna try and research about this God Hammer because it seems like there is a lot of events that require this piece of equipment.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Because now even Ingwe's needs align with it.
Jean, would you like to join us?
Yeah. I will join along.
Is Dylan downstairs? Is Dylan downstairs yet?
He's upstairs working out. By the sounds of it.
Get those reps in.
Yeah. Definitely working out. I'll just be like, Well, I'm
I
glad
went in for Pete's sake. Family's here.
I'm glad it wasn't a fling. I'll tell you that.
Does she look familiar, by the way?
Oh yes, looks younger, but she does look familiar.
Figured.
Oh yeah, from the future.
Right, let's go. I'm sure Mana will give us blanket permission to enter should the need be.
Well, head to the archives, and there's no one stopping you from going in. It seems like everyone's very busy. There's a lot of people moving back and forth with paperwork in their hand. You don't see anyone that you specifically know, but no one gives two shits about you guys there. So you can walk straight into where the archive is if you want to.
I'm going to try and find the restricted section. Like if there's
the G-rated.
So essentially, if there's a place that is kind of looks tucked away, if I need to go through several doors to get there, or somewhere that seems to be protected, or behind a gate, or just older and less populated, I guess, dust on shelves type situation.
Okay.
The curtain blocking the way.
Yeah.
Little.
Like purple curtain that says like over 18 or anything. Yeah.
Yeah. 3 X's.
Yeah.
Fair.
I'm gonna try looking for god-related artifacts through history.
Okay. So you're looking for god-related artifacts through history, and what about Celeste?
So Celeste is looking for information on like artifacts, I guess, like dangerous artifacts, or information pertaining to the first calamity, essentially, like that first thing where it was used.
Okay. The God War, pretty much.
Yeah.
Right. And Sean?
I, like Jean, don't really know what to look for.
You can come and help me if you'd like, Sean.
You can give another person advantage instead if you want.
Sure. I mean, I'm exhausted, so I have disadvantage things. So.
But you can come and help me.
Yeah. Yes, I will help.
You also have exhaustion.
Exactly. Maybe we get a straight roll between us.
Tired team, go. Jean will sort of just not really knowing what to do with the invitation to join Celeste.
But she's very much just like holding it. Oh yeah, it looks relevant here. Hold this one. Oh, this one might be relevant as well. D through X, yes. Hold this one.
Right. And I know what Ingwe wants to search for, so I'll do that when he comes back. All right. So you can all roll an investigation check.
Do I get a straight roll?
You get a straight roll if Sean's helping you.
Yes.
2 half donkeys make a whole horse, right?
I just rolled for funsies, even though I wasn't investigating, and I got a natural 20.
There you go.
2 unnatural 20s tonight that we can't use.
9.
9 for Drekik.
My
What was the
investigation
roll,
is
sorry?
neg
Oh,
1.
investigation.
Investigation, yeah.
My perception is plus 10, but my investigation sucks.
That's because you're not wearing your glasses right now.
I am wearing my glasses. I can see very well, I just don't know what I'm seeing.
You've got them upside down. They're prescribed to each eye. You have to...
Why do G's always change shape? Why do you have 4 different ways to write a G? This way and this way.
And what did you get, Celeste?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. So, Drekik, you find a lot of dangerous artifacts through time. Artifacts of religious nature. The majority of them are pretty mundane stuff, like the leg bone of Saint blah blah and stuff like that. It's all very mundane kind of stuff. You do find stuff that's relevant, but there's so many different religions, and you're not quite sure really where to start. So some of them are kind of contradicting each other as well a little bit. Some of them are like, oh, this is a holy artifact for this religion, and some of them are, this is a holy artifact for this religion, but it's the same thing. And some of them are a little bit complicated to dissect. but you get some general gist of different religions and how some of them may or may not be tied together. Celeste, however, you do find an entry, just one, for what is known as the God Hammer. It's not specifically labeled as the God Hammer, but it is labeled as the God's tool. And it is a hammer. So it does at least match the description. According to the story, after Oshana, or Loth as she's called, returned back to where she came from, she was ordered to destroy the books. And by doing so, she needed to use the God Hammer to destroy these books that she had created. But she let one of them be, just in case. It doesn't say that, but you can see that there's hand-scribbled notes on the side of this that does say, one remained. The hammer itself was left behind, if it was on purpose, or if it was some kind of cunning plan from Loth's side, is unknown. It found its way to a farmer who for years used it as an ordinary hammer, used it as a tool, before one of these gods, who is not named, explained to him what this thing was. And he kept it as a holy relic and didn't use it anymore for simple mundane things, just so he wouldn't blow up the world, or whatever. He passed it on from his hands to his son, from the son to a daughter, from the daughter to a husband, from a husband to a friend. It lines a very long line going back thousands of years. And then 700 years ago, it is given to a man named Jaroslav Lightbringer, who then passes it on his generation to his son, his son's son, and so on and so forth, until the line ends with Thormund Lightbringer. And that's where the entry ends.
Thormund Lightbringer.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take the time to transcribe the entry into my journal.
Mm-hmm. There we go. And anyway, you can make an investigation check as well. I'm guessing that you're looking for fireplane stuff.
Nah, I got told the fire.
Oh, it's up to you. You can look whatever you want.
I would like, yeah, fireplace stuff. Good. I'm a bit confused about what I'm looking for.
Okay. You
Yeah,
don't have to look for that. You can look for
fireplace
whatever.
stuff, or it's not really relevant because I'm not going to find much. I rolled a 6.
Okay. Some of the basic things is what you've already been told. Someone has tried to draw the fireplane, but it looks like they've given up halfway through. Almost like, I don't actually know now. It's becoming a theory. Now I don't really know anymore. And it doesn't look like it's an ancient parchment. It looks like this is more, again, a theory of someone who's never seen it. And you can see that it's signed Danica. Yeah. However, you did get a little bit of tidbit information for the other one.
And I've written down that important information because I heard it.
I don't think she told anyone yet, but I think that she definitely found something.
You know what I'm really interested in? The automatons. Can I find information about automatons?
So you can make another investigation check. I think you have enough time with the very little information you were given. The first one.
Yes. Dirty 20.
You find a plethora of books involving the construction and the ideas behind how to create these things. There is documents that links automatons to Warforged and trying to dissect the difference between the two and question mark, does they have a soul? Are robots evil? There's a lot of different theses on both positive and negatives of using automatons, and some of the more religious books states that it's technically a bit of cheating to create machines to work for you, so therefore it should not be done. And others are saying that they are tools just like other tools. You can do with them whatever you want. Majority of the books are technical instruction manuals, not so much how to make one, but how each of the parts function by themselves. You can find some of them where you can, like this is one of the cleaning bots and stuff like that. You can see how they function, and you can potentially make one if you had the skill set to understand what is in here.
Is there a specific Kronos organizational schematics? Like this person is in, this is the protocol for this. This is the person that this committee controls this and makes the decisions. See this person to control the sweeping. See this person to control the such and such.
Not really, no. There's some information in there that seems like everything is controlled from the garrison hub.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the automatons themselves are controlled from the same area. But other than that, it is a little less of that and more technical stuff. If like you get the idea that if you're an artificer, you could definitely use this for something. But as a druid, it's a little bit of a different dialect to be speaking like this.
Mm-hmm.
You can get some similarities between that and some of the druid craft things you can do, but not like it. It's a little bit weird. It's kind of like magic, but not magic, and it's odd.
I'd quite like to be an artificer.
You're already a wizard.
Nah, at the moment, I think I'm more of a ranger. I was a cleric for a while. You know, didn't have the commitment.
All that drinking that it required.
A lot of fucking milk.
Do I have time to do a little bit of additional research?
I'll say right. Sure, you can do another one.
Right. I'm going to look into, so following on from that thread, I'm going to look into kind of like the notable families coming on from like, you know, the Karameshis and all that, and see if I can find reference to the Lightbringer family and kind of where they ended up. burn me, that sort of.
Very well. Make another one. I'm not sure if Sean is still helping you. And if Drekik wants to do a secondary one, you can do a secondary one for whichever you want as well.
Sean is
Um,
helping. Jirok is not.
Hey, hey, Mr. Trekkick. I've been researching about automatons, and there's this question about souls, and whether automatons have souls, and how you would give an automaton a soul or not give an automaton a soul. Maybe I just want to research a little bit more about Kronos, but maybe if you could have a, I think it's more up your alley to research a bit about how souls work.
Sure. I mean, well, I think Celeste's still in books. I think I have time to do a quick research on that.
Fair enough. What did you get, Celeste?
6.
Right.
I got 22.
22. Wow. Okay. So, Drekik, you read like 25 books about shoes by now, but you don't understand what he's talking about.
I've just got this picture book that says "Soul" by Pixar. So like a flip book.
But it doesn't quite make any sense to you. Celeste, however, once again, you rolled really high. You get a little bit of tidbit information. It starts with an invasion of Okrulan, which turns into civil war in Shadanon. Yaroslav was the original king of Shadanon before King Halfdan, which is supposedly the giant king, took power away from them. It is not King Halfdan himself, but you can see that there is a lineage where all of them are named Halfdan since that man. Which is a bit odd because there's no reference of any female. There's only reference of King Halfdan. Then King Halfdan had a son named King Halfdan, and then King Halfdan had a son named King Halfdan. And it goes like that for like pretty much 700 years. Which is weird, but it could be a religious or a cultural thing maybe. Civil war broke out because King Halfdan wanted to pretty much attack and raid everyone around them. But Yaroslav did not want to. Yaroslav just wanted an independent kingdom where the Kingdom of Quell were trying to upset the balance so they wouldn't be a very powerful enemy right on the other side of the water. So it seems like they actively probably supported King Halfdan into some sort of agreement, but then King Halfdan broke the agreement and started raiding everyone, and that's why there's a war with Shadanon. Yaroslav and 6 of his earls, they all vacated the premise to go to Idna, where they settled as their own kingdom. And that is where that story ends.
Do I have a reference to where that would be on a map?
Where Idna is? It is, let me just double check my own map here, but I'm pretty sure it's northeast of the Kingdom of Quell.
Okay.
But let me just double check on my maps. Where's my maps? There we go. Let me just have a look here.
I know I missed a bit. Laura, did we get clues to where the God Hammer was? Was that what you lore dumped? Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm doing now.
Northeast of the Kingdom of Quell, so close that it's actually on the map of Quell.
Oh, it's actually on the map of Quell.
Always been.
Oh, I see. It's like a little tiny island
It's not tiny,
in
but
comparison to the continent.
it is not a continent, at least.
Yeah.
But that's where the line ends of what you can see. But it also does end with Jaroslav, and he was 700 years ago.
So 700 years ago.
They moved to that area.
Right. But 700 years ago was when it was given to Yanisvar.
Yes, so someone gave this item to Jaroslav, and then when this civil war happened, he vacated. If he took it with him, if he left it, that's complicated. But I guess you can gather that he passed it on, because the other text did say he passed it on to his son, and so on and so forth. So
to
it's
Thorman.
remained with them at least up until that point.
Up until about 700 years ago, and that's kind of where it...
No, so it continues to go to about 100 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So you can go through the whole Jaroslav family until it gets to Thormund.
Also, the Lightbringers are related to the once king of Ogralan.
No, so he wasn't the king of Ogralan, but there was war in Ogralan that turned Shalanon into a kingdom because they had to defend themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And the king that reunited them was Jaroslav, but then he lost his kingdom to King Halfdan.
Right, okay. Right.
And then a lot about shoes.
I feel like that was very productive.
Essentially. Fortunately, Sean is not actively online right now.
Uh-oh.
Sean has gone.
Well, it's gonna come back.
So I think I'm going to try and break into the garrison.
For what purpose?
Oh, sorry. Did I say that out loud?
You're trying to what now?
Huh? Hey?
You're right next to me. I was researching Zols.
Yeah. I was researching automatons, and I want to know more about them. Specifically, how one of our side quests is like a crusade to rid the city of the undead. And I think automatons would be good for that.
Right.
And Mana told me that Mana basically said that we could do my plan. I mean, she didn't fully agree, but she didn't not agree.
To attack the undead with automatons.
Well, you know how we were going to go back to Gratvolt and like get an army of paladins.
Yeah.
Rather than being an army of paladins, well, like us paladins, we could like get automatons to join us to fight.
Yep. But why do you want them to have souls?
Oh no, that was because it was a side quest to my side thought, to my side research. I was researching automatons, and I realized that John is trying to get his wife's soul back into his wife's body. So if we could figure out the process by which you might technically do that, we might have a way of doing it, and we just have to find her soul and be like, hey, you know, like the technomancers might have a soul machine. You know, you never know what these guys have. Maybe they have a machine that's like, press the red button and put the soul here, and then the Ghostbusters come and suck it down and put it in a box. And then the terrarium goes out, and then you let the box out, and then it just snorts up the nose, and then we're right.
The who with the what now?
I feel like that was a fever dream.
Even the Stormlord doesn't like you.
What are you saying? I feel like I aged like 30 years listening to that.
And looks like Sean also woke up from his slumber.
Jean, welcome back to the library.
I got lost among the books. There's so many here. Les was like, just hold this until eventually I was out of sight. Next thing you know, some other lady was leading me by the hand. I think she thought I was her husband, and I just got lost. I hope that plays into the narrative.
It's probably right.
Yeah.
It's actually 2 days later. Where have you been?
By the way, we found the god
What a-
hammer, and
Well,
Mayhem's
and-
free now. So, hang on. Combine our knowledge here. What did we find? I, for one, found a lovely flip book.
Oh. Was it sort
Yeah,
of
look-
like a history?
Look, it's like got little cute characters play around
Oh.
with pianos.
It's a little comic with characters that are souls for shoes, talking to each other.
Feeling a bit downtrodden.
Celeste,
I didn't
Cel-
find
Celeste,
much
what
about
did you find?
the god hammer.
Well, I'm not entirely sure whether or not it's going to be of any use, but it's certainly interesting. I found one mention of a tool that was used by Oshana during the First God War.
Hmm.
And then, obviously, was used to destroy the books. And one was left behind, and of that book we are familiar. The tool itself was stumbled across by seemingly a peasant. This is thousands of years ago. Then some nondescript entity spoke to this peasant and said that this is a tool of great power. Recognizing that and respecting the power that it had, the tool was kept in that family's possession for many, many years. Until one day, 700 years ago, it was given to Yaroslav. Did I get that name correct? Yaroslav Lightbringer. And then, as they were driven out of Shadanon, they relocated. Jean, you might know some of this history.
I think I know some of this history. Let me just refer to my non-existent notes as I roll a history check.
Sean, you can also because of history.
And as I'm telling you this, it may spark a memory in your brain as I'm reading this out loud.
But of course.
Either that or short circuit.
Don't say short circuit. This is not the time. History, right?
History.
8. Love it.
Actually, you can both roll with advantage, actually, because it
Oh,
is
wonderful.
home
Let's see if I
type,
get more than 8.
kind
So a
of.
straight roll.
I've got
I was
15.
gonna say I am already rolling a disadvantage because of my exhaustion.
So a straight roll for Sean and a disadvantage. Sorry, and an advantage roll for Tricky. Sorry.
And now Laura's gone.
Well, I can see everyone's little bars. They're just like red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green, and then some random person falls off.
I'm 15.
15. What did Sean get?
Failed.
6. I rolled first. I hadn't rolled my second dice yet, so I just took my first roll.
Okay. So, Drakik, you do remember this name, Lightbringer. They are a very important family. You do know that Vicandrus was based on a person of the Lightbringer family. So he is a big thing in your culture. So even though it's Shadanon no longer is, how should I say, under the control of this family, they were once very great, noble kings and warriors that was always respected. And you do know that they did relocate to Idna. And even with your shitty roll, Sean, you also do know where Idna is. Because that is literally where your wife is from.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
And where your father-in-law is currently residing.
They relocated to Itna at some point. I not sure where this Itna may be.
It's on the Kingdom of Krill map.
As someone who is dropping in and out a bit, why would it be being brought up?
So
your wife.
So the reason it's brought up is because the Lightbringer family, who eventually ended up being in possession of this hammer, was the king of Shadanon that then fled during civil war to Itna and founded Itna 700 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, Itna is where my wife is from originally. So, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm hoping I got my geography right. So it's sort of from here, small island, sort of to the east, northeast-ish.
Correct.
I know they've had some trouble with orcs, I believe, for some time now.
Yes, bloody orcs.
And outside of that, I don't know too much more that I think would be relevant here. I mean, a couple traditional dishes and blacksmithing techniques.
Lightbringers had the hammer. Lightbringers went to Itna. Hammer story fades away. I guess we go to Itna.
Oh, good.
Maybe we'll find your wife there. I mean,
we'll find her kin. I believe her father-in-law, or my father-in-law, rather, is there.
oh, wonderful. You can tell him all about it. Catch him up on all the juicy goss.
Yeah, look, we got along back in the day, but after he found out what happened to his daughter, things didn't go so well, so...
Well, you can start by repairing things. You say you've got her body naked in a jar. And that you're working on the soul part.
I definitely will word it differently, but I see your point. I think if he thinks she's dead and I'm carrying around her body in a jar, that is a very different situation.
Oh, no. This is more like she was dead. She is currently dead. But now she's more half alive.
Yeah, no. I know what you mean. I'm just saying the words you chose were not. It's fine.
Okay,
we got a
meet
journey
up,
to figure it out.
I'll let you do the talking. And I'll only chime in when necessary. Which would probably not... No, I'm seeing the look on your face. I won't chime in.
He is my father-in-law, so I guess... But also he's a grown-ass man that if you can talk to Kiwi once, I guess, so...
I'm still getting used to the whole not Lily in your head situation, so it's pretty...
Yep,
I need to understand that this is fully you that I'm talking to right now. I'm not trying to circumnavigate someone.
Nope, this is me.
Right.
Well, shit. I don't know what to do next, in fear that I drop out any second now.
I think it's pretty
What
clear.
are you saying?
Well,
Laura's just fallen asleep reading books.
maybe
Laura?
we should...
I mean, Celeste.
She did have a point of exhaustion.
Maybe we should have another sleep and spend a couple of days here and then head to Idna.
I suppose we could do a bit of research on the place.
That's a good idea.
Figure out what to bring.
I'm a bit tired though. Maybe we should go have a sleep.
Yeah.
And then spend a couple. We could do some
Oh,
shopping.
Laura, you're awake.
Buy some.
I mean,
things.
Celeste.
I'll add her in again.
I mean, there's no rush to go to Idna. It'd be good to go there prepared, right? Like.
Yeah, we buy provisions and whatever we need. It's It's cold there, I believe, so a lot of what we brought up north before will probably do.
It's colder, actually.
We might get to my summer months up there.
Well, there you go.
It is colder than Okrolan as well.
Oh, we might get to my deepest, darkest winter months.
This is deep winter because you are in the winter season as well.
Yep.
When you left, it was still technically not winter in Okrolan. You're going to Russia.
Just the deepest depths of Siberia.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I got lost in thought.
We saw you. You just plunk into the books. You fell straight to sleep.
I'm quite tired. What did I miss?
Well, we decided that we were gonna have a bit of a rest, spend a couple of days in Kingshelm, and then head off to Itnat to see if we can find out about the Lightbringer. And
Wait, we're going back to Kingshelm?
we're in in Kronos. We're gonna spend a couple of days in Kronos.
Oh, right. I was worried.
Right.
And find passage to head to Itna.
Right.
Maybe Mana will like teleport us there.
Ooh, yes, I love teleportation. Makes things very quick.
Yeah.
Perhaps they have a circle here. Because I know that there is a circle close to that side of the continent, potentially.
Yeah. We'll just hope we don't end up on the side of a mountain again.
Yes.
What?
The last time we came in, it was like following vortex, and it's the side of a mountain. I nearly fell off. It's a long story. This is one of the reasons why I'm pretty happy with you wearing that heavy armor. It's not my thing. I've always worn leathers and more durable shit, or flexible shit rather.
This was like 2 days before we met you, Drekik.
Oh, was it? Oh, you almost fell off the mountain.
Yep.
Seems so much like you.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Right, so, what's the plan for the rest of the afternoon then?
I think it's evening. I think it's dinner time.
I think
Look
we've been
out the
studying
window.
so long that the sun has gone down and the snow has fallen.
Well, it is quite usual to get lost in time in these places, so it doesn't surprise me.
Do I hear sleigh bells?
Probably one of those rivets.
It's the Allenheim slasher.
I hear them sleigh bells jingling. I'd peek out the window to see if it's actually dark or crescent.
It probably would be at this point because you've been studying. It takes a long time to read through stuff to try to find something relevant. And it was already 2 o'clock when you pretty much got there, so I think that's okay. So,
I presume.
Where do you want to go to rest?
Well, we can go back to the place I stayed last night if you didn't want to go back to Carburetor Avenue.
Well, I guess if we're here for a couple days, as long as I get to go back before we leave. Yeah.
Well, if you wanted to, you could stay there and we could make a home at the spiral staircase if you wanted to spend the time with your family.
I don't take up much room at
Probably
Carburetor.
best.
Question. How long till the winter solstice?
12 days?
Yep.
12 days. Great.
What happens then?
Okay, still we freeze to death.
On the first day of winter solstice.
My true enemy gave to me this really cool scar. Anyway.
Right, well,
And PTSD.
I might stay there for this evening. Get myself something to eat and something to drink there. If anyone would like to join me, or we can reconvene in the morning.
I'll come along. Sounds fun.
Sure.
So is everyone going to the spiral staircase?
Jean will head back to his families because he feels,
Right.
like, hey, here's your mom. All right, Abby.
Yeah, you could take
Abby.
care of this, right? It's fine. She doesn't eat much.
Yes, I'll do the
Put a little bit
other
of fish food in
half.
there.
Yeah.
I really want to go back to that casino, but I know that's a bad idea.
Ingway's
Well.
with John back at his house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Celeste and Drekig, you go to the spiral staircase, and Drekig for the first time experiences Robo Wars, or whatever you want to call this. Robot Wars, or a Automaton Armageddon, or something, where they are fighting each other, and people can bet
Why
on
are the-
them, and there's lots of drinks and a lot of happy
Celeste.
people.
Why are the people by looking at the robots?
But watch. Think of it. There's usually like a bell that sounds, and then there it goes. There it goes. Ding ding.
You see one of these machines just explode into like nothing.
That's pretty good. Okay.
And she'll get another bottle of rum with 2 shot glasses. Just.
Right. While you're sitting there enjoying some rum, and the two of you have arrived at Carburetor Avenue, you all hear over the loudspeakers. Excuse me, this is Mana. I have, I have been elected to be the High Census of Kronos now. So, any questions? Is this even on? Hello? Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, you know what to do. Enjoy. And then everyone seems to like give a cheer and start drinking. It seems like she's well liked.
There's something to drink for.
Oh, definitely.
So now you have a powerful ally, at least. So
For
you
now.
enjoy yourself. And you go to bed to sleep. And as it finally hits midnight, I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw.
Why?
My
Why are you getting us to
second
do
roll
this?
for the night.
Remember potential disadvantages if you have any?
That's just skill checks, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you only have one.
Well,
Dirty
wisdom.
20.
Yeah, same dirty 20.
All right. And Sean?
Hot shit. 9.
Okay.
No,
And
this is
Celeste?
hot.
Dirty 20, 18 plus 2.
Jesus. 3 dirty 20s and a 9.
And John.
Okay. So,
Celeste is so tired, just passed out.
your underarm starts burning like someone put liquid fire into your veins. And it feels like it is so hot that your arm is going to just ignite and fall off. And you can see the tattoo growing and slowly wrapping around, finishing the design. Sean, you lose consciousness for a second. And you see this visage of you sitting on this boat again. You've seen this dream before. You shared it with Drekig, and he saw the same thing. And you are on this boat. You see these people around you. All their faces are blurrish. And you can hear one of them say, "It's time, my son. Let's go wreak havoc." And the lightning strikes into the water, and you can see an icy island in the horizon. And that's where we leave tonight's episode. And you have leveled up.
That is fucking perfect. Well, we got Barbarian, and that leads so well into it. That's amazing.
And everyone managed to come back online as well. That's the most amazing thing. That was the hardest thing about the night.
That was touch and go for a second.
Yeah,
Well,
I was
why
like,
did it choose
why
reset
is...
my
When you
modem,
said
apparently?
lightning strikes the water, I was like, who's got the power out coming?
Water
There you go.
and reveals an icy island. As an I see the island, or
Island.
Island.
Ice. Yeah, it looks very frosty.
Woo! Amazing. Are we rolling? All rolling hit points?
If you want to.
Do we also
roll
get a
hit
long
points, you've got-
rest from this, or we worry?
Yes.
Okay.
You all get a long rest eventually, but you are not quite gone to bed yet when this happens.
Oh, wait, do we re-roll ones?
No.
Sure,
Oh.
because it's Christmas.
Yay!
No, it's right up Igwe's alley.
It's gonna be another one.
Stick the one. Okay, I'll re-roll one.
Oh boy.
The best I can do is just take away one in Constitution modifier, and anyway, it'll be all over. You'll just have 2 hit points.
Alrighty, I gotta roll a D12.
I gotta roll a d8. Ooh, let me go into this lovely dice bag. Thank you, Dizzy.
I'll roll a d20. Oh, that's only 15 extra hit points.
Just each one is being added to the boss every time we level up. The longer we take, the stronger they
I
get.
rolled a 5.
5 plus your Constitution modifier, if you have one.
You guys are over 100 now.
No, close.
Oh, okay.
I think Drekik might be.
I'm on 83. Wait. Yeah, 83.
Yeah, because he has Constitution modifiers all sky high.
I got 96.
I only got
96 hit points.
Holy mother of God!
Ingwe has like 5.
Excuse me. I've got 39.
Yeah.
I have a
And that's because I rolled a 6.
level spell slot now.
Yes.
So I'm also alert, so I can't be surprised. Plus, I now have danger sense. Which means I have advantage on dexterity saving throws against things that I can see.
Very well. And some of you will have to make a choice on which one to level up.
Yeah, I'll put it in my barbarian, baby. That dream.
Someone's
the dream
becoming
of
more and more sorcerous by the day.
Level spells. 5th level spells.
5th level spells.
Yeah. Yeah.
All you plebs and your non-5th level spells down there.
And you wake up and it was just a dream.
Ah, shit.
Spells? What are spells?
Well, I mean.
I can raise the dead now. What?
Oh,
I feel like that's the
proficiency
wrong
went
one.
up by 1, which means everyone's who's proficient in perception, your passive perception just went up by 2.
Oh, yes,
22. 22. 22.
Can I just have that one as well? I'll write it down right away. What is your passive perception, Sean?
17.
And Celeste?
15.
And Ingwe?
19.
And Drekik?
22.
Jesus Christ.
We are noticing all the things.
I get a plus 12 every time I roll perception, which is why when you say roll investigation, I go,
Damn it.
I can taste colors now.
Vesta, what's the good? I can't do it.
Well, that should be a little bit of extra for everyone to enjoy once we start next time. And apparently, going to Itna. Unless you decide to go somewhere else, but that's at least what you've been talking about.
And then last minute we turn around and we're like, nah.
Well, there's
Let's go
plenty of
south.
other things that you can do too. That's completely up to you.
let's just go visit my sister while we're at it. Why not?
And potentially could be on the way.
Well, you.
I mean, depends on how you look at it. All right. Well, at the end of the night, shall we roll for a raid?
I
Oh, right.
I
That's
got a
right.
2.
I gotta do that thing.
Angongs and
Natural 20!
I also
Oh!
got a natural 20.
Natural.
We roll again.
15.
Roll off.
I punched Daniel in the face.
That's a free action.
Natural 4.
17.
Your
Seems
punch
like,
works. Super effective.
Seems like Laura wins.
Mass cure
Oh,
wounds. Oh, what?
I'm so excited to go start looking through all my things.
Let me have a look here. Can't quite see.
So, shall I give a breakdown of what we got?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All right. So there is Purple Lover, who are doing a D&D one shot called "Is That?" And that's it. It's "Is That?" ...
Start paying us?
Is that a wangadoo?
It's purple.
There is Blur Blur Mai, who I believe we've rated once before, who is doing Lies in Echo, the Black Pits, which looks to be a homebrew D&D something. It doesn't say if it's a campaign one shot or what the case is. Then there is Sparhawks doing their last D&D session of the year. Will everyone make it is the question.
Probably not.
Who else we got? That is... Captain Robert is actually doing a live stream right now. They're doing
That's usually
Spelljammer.
reruns.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, when we're on, they're doing reruns usually. But yeah, they're apparently doing a live Spelljammer. There is a Marathon of the Mad Mage 600-hour D&D world record event being attempted apparently by Paladin's Archive.
That's a lot of energy drink right there getting consumed.
Yep. And then last, if we wanted to do something a little different, there is Cordelia the DM, who is doing a character creation for chat. Granny's Country Apple Pie one-shot.
Let's swing into the Paladin Archive with their 600-hour Mad Mage madness.
World record at that.
Yeah.
Yep.
That sounds
It's going to be like
crazy.
4 people sleeping on a battle map.
It's like tag in, tag out.
And the timer's like 1 hour in.
I once partook in a world record attempt for the longest touch football game. And it went for 24 hours, and you basically tagged in, and you could do like an hour and a half shift, and the next person doing so on and so forth.
I broke a world record. Well, I didn't personally break it. I was part of a group that broke a world record of the largest amount of people playing an instrument at the same time, like the same instrument at the same time.
Oh, that's dope. That's cool as hell.
You'll never ever guess what the instrument was either.
A glockenspiel.
Drum.
The very long guitar.
Theremin.
Harmonica.
Nope.
I just like to say glockenspiel when I get class.
Nope.
Banjo.
Nose flute.
No. Do you want me to tell you?
Triangle.
No.
The hi-hat.
It was the wobble board.
Wibble wobble,
The
wibble wobble,
wo-
jelly on the plate. Wibble wobble, wibble.
We played Timey Kangaroo Dance Sport on the wobble board. We broke the world record for the most amount of people playing the same song using the same instrument at the same time.
That
The
is...
song was written by a pair.
Stormlord approves, I guess.
I am just curious to hear how that song sounds on a wobble board. Yeah, all right, well,
That'll be
set
the
that
next
right off.
break video we'll make. Laura will just be doing that.
That's your bardic instrument. Just... wobble board.
Bye everyone. Join the
Monsters of
Christmas
Mayhem.
streams next week. Is it next week? Next week.
Yes.
Yes, next week.
Yeah. Catch you guys on the flip side. Right around the phone.
See you next week.
Merry Quitchmish.
We're actually gonna get through.
You're gone.
What's wrong with you? Okay.
We're through.